A knockout round since '02, but they are actually favored in this game, so it should be a good one this evening. We'll talk all about that. There's a big watch party, of course, going on at PV Plaza, so we'll check in live with that. Right now, speaking of live, let's talk about the storms moving across the state and into the metro this morning. We are on the tail end of that now, but another round is expected in the evening hours, and let's start with meteorologist Jared Piepenberg. Jared, earlier it was more bark than bite. This evening it sounds more like more bite than bark, certainly.
Yeah, so we've been just kind of waiting patiently as those storms move by this morning to see how that would influence the later half of the day, because there's the two chances of thunderstorm activity. We had the one this morning, basically moved on out. Now the atmosphere starting to show some sunshine out there. We'll start to destabilize the atmosphere now as we'll get some heat. The humidity is returning out there. It'll all just be fuel for potential thunderstorms later on in the day. Temperatures at 74. Dew points are in the lower 60s, but it'll continue to rise here as we head throughout the day with that little breeze out of the southeast. So right now it's just okay out there is what I'd say, but expecting those dew points to continue to rise, and that will be just kind of fuel for some more thunderstorms later on. So here's storm vision radar over the past 6 hours. You can see at the beginning of the loop had the showers and storms kind of clipping parts of the metro. Most of the heaviest rain was on the southern side of the metro, with even more rain down in southern parts of the state. Even had some flood warnings down near Winona, where some places picked up roughly around 2 inches. Now rural areas outside of there didn't see any reports, but there's hints of maybe a little bit more just outside of town as well. But right now, most of the area is a little bit quieter. A few spotty showers south of Fargo, may have a random rumble or two up north, but we're watching for the southern part of the state now. Looks like this will likely trend a little bit farther down toward the south, meaning the second half of the day, the chance of thunderstorms. There's that flash flood warning that's still in effect here for about another hour and 15 minutes. Just had very heavy rain now down near Winona, so kind of hard to keep up with getting 2 inches of rain so quickly there, or even more in a few places. Now the risk of severe weather as we go to the second half of the day, we may see some showers and storms this afternoon, but it looks like the best shot for those thunderstorms to go into that severe criteria will be kind of toward this evening and then late into the night. So we'll be watching for winds and large hail, downpours, and can't rule out some isolated tornadoes. So I think of it like a bullseye. The best chance of those thunderstorms will be down in the southern part of Minnesota, and the latest model guidance Keith and I and Cody have been looking at here this morning has this trending a little bit farther toward the south. So Storm Prediction Center will be updating this likely just before lunchtime today, and likely we'll see this trend a little bit farther south of the metro, but still can't rule out some activity for the Twin Cities before we finish out the day. But best chance, it kind of looks like kind of the southern third of the state here where you see that level 3. This may actually go a little bit farther down toward the south, but viewers down to the south of the metro will really want to keep an eye to the sky here as we close out the day. So I'll be highlighting this. We'll walk you through future casts, talk about show you what I'm talking about here as we come at 11:15. Tom?
Right, yeah, and we'll look forward to also your forecast as we get into the 4th of July weekend. Yeah, we can't forget that.
No, you can't. Important weekend.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Jared. And ahead of our 4th of July weekend, local law enforcement and safety officials held a news conference to remind the community how to celebrate the holiday safely. Among the topics officials addressed were fireworks safety, of course, impaired driving and impaired boating, big, along with gun violence.
4th of July remains one of the busiest weekends for the city of Minneapolis. Unfortunately, in the past, we had some increased violence, we've had some dangerous firework activities, impaired driving, and other preventable incidents. But last year, we had great strides through strong partnerships, proactive enforcement, community involvement. Incidents of firework misuse and violent crime declined. The public listened to the message we had last year, asking people to keep the 911 lines open and not use them for noise complaints. We intend to build on that success this summer as well. Holiday safety goes beyond just a decrease in crime. We want people to have fun. We want people to make responsible choices. We don't want people to ruin the holiday weekend by having a visit to our jail or to the hospital.
Our Criminal Intelligence Division will be actively monitoring activity before and throughout the weekend, working closely with our law enforcement partners to identify and address potential threats. In addition, we are deploying extra patrol deputies to support local agencies across Hennepin County, and we will have increased enforcement focus on impaired driving. This weekend should be remembered for fireworks and family gatherings and not for tragedies that could have been prevented.
And we know a lot of people will be hitting the road for the long holiday weekend, heading out of town over the next few days. Lauren Andrego joins us now with some construction spots we might want to avoid and when the busiest times to leave will be. Lauren, we know overall it is just going to be a busy period for a number of people.
Yeah, record-breaking is what AAA says, which is good news. You know, we've been hearing a lot about gas prices and flight prices maybe changing people's plans, but it sounds like lots of us will be heading out and about. As far as times to get out, unofficially, the 4th of July holiday starts today. Today, tomorrow, and Friday, folks will kind of spread out their trips to their destinations. Everyone's headed back on Sunday, though. So Sunday, the earlier you can leave, the better. And then remember, on the 4th of July, afternoon and evening traffic will be busy, especially leaving those fireworks shows. It's a huge weekend for impaired driving. There will be extra enforcement out, so be safe when you're headed out the door and plan that safe ride ahead of time. When you are traveling, if you're going to cabin country or anywhere out of town for 4th of July celebrations, lots of construction going on, but it is a holiday weekend. So you might not notice crews working on the highways, but it is still a work zone. Those work zone rules are still in place. Those fines for breaking a rule, speeding in a traffic zone can be doubled what you are used to. This is Chanhassen, Highway 5 and 41 near the Landscape Arboretum. If you know that spot in the West Metro, tons of ripped up road across the West Metro, but some good news here for folks in Victoria, Chanhassen, Waconia. Highway 5 set to reopen on Friday with a brand new roundabout at Victoria Drive. That is just west of the Arboretum, so this entire stretch of Highway 5 should be drivable in and out of the Twin Cities this weekend. Different story on Highway 41, that shot I just showed you. All the southbound lanes will be closed through the end of the month near the Minnetonka chain of lakes. So Highway 7 is a workaround there. Highway 5 should be open. Highway 212, man, I took this to Sleepy Eye last week. So much construction going on between Chaska, Carver, Cologne, all the way to Norwood, Young America, which is in North America. You can expect lane closures and even flaggers, single lane head-to-head traffic in different spots along Highway 212. Up to northern Minnesota, if you're headed through the St. Cloud, Sauk Center area toward Alexandria, Fargo, Moorhead, a lot of work going on 94. Head-to-head single lane traffic on about 4 miles stretch here of 94 between Melrose and Sauk Center. Crews are working on 4 different bridges over the highway now through October 17th. So single lane head-to-head traffic, especially on Sunday. This road is going to get busy in Alexandria, in Sauk Center, in St. Cloud. And then once you get into the Twin Cities, that 94 gap project still in place between Monticello and Albertville. One more spot I want to show you near Lake Mille Lacs. We have 2 closures in and around Highway 169. The highway's closed in both directions through Garrison, and then south of the highway, State Highway 27 is closed in both directions near South Harbor at 169. This will be slow moving if you're headed anywhere around, you know, the Hinckley area or Lake Mille Lacs through August. So lots going on. Tom, of course, 511mn.org, a great resource before you step out the door, especially if you're taking a route you're not used to.
Well, exactly right. And keep it on all 4 wheels, as my dad used to tell me.
That's good advice.
Keep it on all 4. And,
yeah.
And posted speeds, all of that. Be a defensive driver.
Yes, defensive driving huge on a weekend like this
No
one.
kidding.
Drive safe, everyone.
That's right. Thank you, Lauren. Just 11 minutes now after 11, and Minnesota's first openly gay state lawmaker passing away at the age of 80. Former state representative Karen Clark died after a brief illness. Clark was a groundbreaking LGBTQ leader and served in the Minnesota House from 1981 to 2019. Clark was a driving force behind a lot of the rights and the chief author of the 2013 law that made marriage equality legal here in Minnesota. More changes for the Timberwolves. We're just learning Mike Conley won't be back with the Wolves. Connolly was a free agent, and ESPN is reporting he has decided on Boston as his destination now for his 20th NBA season. The seasoned vet, who of course played so well for the Timberwolves. The Wolves actually traded Connolly, you may remember, last season, but then re-signed him when the Hornets released him. I mean, it was quite the kerfuffle, and all of that happening in just a matter of hours, really, a couple days. Senior producer Amber Milner joins us with what's coming up this morning on All Day, and we're kind of in all different places today.
Seriously.
Like we're on the Plus right now.
Yep, it's a bit of a rigmarole today with World Cup going on right now. So on the Plus right now, noontime, find us on the stream, and then whenever this game is over, we expect to be back on the main channel, KMSP Channel 9. So we'll see. That might happen around 1, might happen around 1:30. I mean, if it goes really long, it might not happen at all.
Right.
Either way, where you can always find us streaming on fox9.com and Fox Local.
Right.
No matter where you are.
That's right.
Something I want to tease, a biggie coming up today at 1:15. We're talking a new state law that's going into effect today. Social media and youth mental health. We can take this lower here. Thank you. I want people to email us their questions. We're talking to a U of M expert here who's studied this for over a decade. And, you know, now she's looking into how AI is playing in, how it's detecting the effects on mental health, especially for minors. But this law going into effect today requires that platforms post a warning about potential impacts on the platform every time a user logs in. We've been hearing that that's actually not happening. So Corin's looking into that for us, our political reporter, and there might actually be some legalese down the road in this scenario if they don't abide by this. But in the meantime, if people watching out there have questions, like, you know, what exactly is the impact, and, you know, stuff like how does this warning potentially help, and like what are things parents should maybe be looking for, like warning signs if social media is having a bad impact on your kids' mental health. All of those types of questions, shoot them our way. Email allday@fox.com. I'll be monitoring that email back here and hope to get you some answers. Again, that segment coming up around 1:15 later in the show. We're also going to be taking you downtown Minneapolis, World Cup fever in full swing. Did you notice my earrings?
Oh, very nice. Red, white, and blue.
Cheering for USA today.
There you go.
U.S. playing at, I believe it's 5?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Okay, maybe it's like the pregame show starts at 5 or something. But big watch party downtown, Nicollet Ave, Brits Pub. I think there might be some changes to the setup at PV Plaza from the previous watch parties. So Don Mitchell's down there for us, getting the scoop on all the setup going on right now.
Probably with the weather being kind of uncertain.
Yeah. I will say, though, soccer fans don't bend for any bad weather. So to rural areas where there might not be a like brick and mortar, if you will, public library.
Oh, I like
so they pack the books up on this bus and they meet you where you're at in your community. So pretty cool program.
That's excellent. I am just finishing my series of Harlequin romances.
Okay.
So I'm very excited. I'll be wrapping that up shortly.
That's exciting.
Very exciting. Thank you, as always, Amber.
No problem.
Don't go away. We have so much more for you here on All Day on this Wednesday on the Plus today. Boom. Welcome back to Fox 9 All Day at 11. I'm Tom Butler, and let's get back over to Jared Piepenburg. He's watching our weather as we think about maybe the storms, the next line to move in later tonight. And then also we're thinking about the holiday weekend. A lot of people going to be celebrating our 250th birthday here as a nation.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. I think a lot of people just like look forward to the 4th. My folks were just heading up to the cabin this morning, and they are pulling into Baxter, and they pulled in the parking lot there. I was talking to them to get groceries, and they're like, I think everyone had the same idea because the parking lot early this morning was jam-packed with people buying groceries on a Wednesday morning. So, yeah, folks are maybe taking off a little bit early, wondering about thunderstorm chances here with the heat and humidity out and about. So hopefully I'll be able to break that down and give you a better idea what's in store for us, because we had the showers and storms this morning. It's pretty heavy rain down in the southern part of the state. For the southern metro, it was looking like around a quarter inch. The north metro, maybe a couple hundredths, maybe 0.15 I think I saw around Maple Grove or so. And now we're getting some sunshine. These are the clouds from the storm system from this morning. That's moving away. So kind of a little break in the action here, but definitely want to be watching for things to change up before we finish out the day. We're at 74 right now, dew point at 62. So the moisture has gone down in there, but this will continue to rise as we head toward midday into the afternoon, and expecting it to get pretty sweaty again. Maybe not to the tier of Monday, but it will go up potentially close to 70 for the dew point, which is getting in that category of air you can wear. So what's on our minds here? The bookend storms, meaning that at the beginning of the day we had showers and storms, and at the end of the day here we're going to be watching those. And some of these may fire up in the next 3-4 hours or so. So warm and muggy in between. That's what I was just kind of commenting on. The dew points are going to rise with the sunshine out there. Temperatures will continue to go, and it just looks warm and humid here as we go toward the end of the week. And right now, the 4th, if you're wondering about that, does look a little unsettled. Not seeing it as a washout, but it might be a day that you have some interruptions out there where it's not going to be completely sunny all day long. Right now, Twin Cities starting to see more sunshine move on in. There's still a few showers and storms. That green, we call them polygons out here, right around Winona, that is a flash flood warning from the heavy rain this morning that moved on through, quickly picking up anywhere from around, it was saying around 1 to 3.5 inches. The report in Winona was 2 inches, so just nothing could keep up when it was raining that hard. That's why we do have that. For about another hour, we'll have that flash flood warning. Otherwise, there's still a few showers and storms in the southeast. Folks may be up at the cabin or heading there right now. There's a few little showers popping up, and this afternoon we may have some minor interruptions. These are very, very light. Some of that may not be hitting the ground, but there is just a little activity. But the chance of severe weather here will stay in southern Minnesota as we go toward the second half of the day. There's still some showers and storms across parts of Iowa, but we're going to get a little breather here over the next couple of hours before that second round moves on in. I showed this a little bit ago, but maybe you're tuned in, or just tuning in now, but that risk of severe weather, this is for the later half of the day, is for southern Minnesota. So if you're up north, the chance of any strong thunderstorm development is definitely on the low end. I think the Twin Cities might be on the north end of this threat as we go toward the end of the day. So key time frame for the thunderstorms later on today is about this evening into the overnight hours, although I think we will have a few thunderstorms down in southern Minnesota here to kick off the afternoon. It's just the time frame. I think things will start to really ramp up by late afternoon, especially into the evening hours. And we call it all modes of severe weather, because we talk about wind, hail, and the threat of tornadoes. All of those will be out there for the later part of the day, although tornadoes will likely be isolated. But with all the moisture that's going to be flowing back in the area, we'll have downpours again, hail potentially up to 2 inches, and some strong wind gusts. So that's what I mean by all modes of severe weather. So let's walk you through Futurecast. Over the next couple of hours, down near the border with Iowa, we'll probably have some of those scattered showers and storms just starting to fire up. Here's 2 p.m. with a pause point for you as we look ahead. Now, as we head closer toward the end of the workday, Twin Cities looking to be dry. There may be a few of those random thunder showers up in northern Minnesota for interruptions, but that threat of severe weather stays down in southern Minnesota. These initially start to pop up, maybe turn into mini clusters of storms, and then once we just get a little bit more fuel in there by the end of the afternoon, evening hours, that's when I think that threat of severe weather will increase. So this is 6 p.m., mainly looking to stay down in southern Minnesota. I think the Twin Cities will still have a chance, can't rule that out, but what we've been seeing here with the latest model guidance in the past couple of hours of our updates, trending a little bit farther toward the south. Can't rule out that that won't change, but right now the shift is a little bit farther toward the south, staying closer to the border with Iowa and down those southern, maybe a few counties with Minnesota. But we'll just definitely stay sky aware out there as we close out the day. Here's 9 p.m. As we head overnight tonight, that threat pushes on out. Your Thursday forecast, you're like, well, I'm heading up north tomorrow. I'm already up here. What's tomorrow look like? There's sunshine most of the day. It's going to be hot, sticky out there for tomorrow, but stay sky aware for the later part of the day. It looks like moving out of the Dakotas toward the evening hours, the second half of Thursday, some scattered showers and storms. We're going to continue this trend of thunderstorm threats as we go toward the end of the week and head into the weekend as well. So today it's been kind of the bookend storm chances. We had those out there this morning. Severe weather threat is still out there later on today. We're going to warm up into the 80s. It's going to get muggy. We're in that level 3 risk, including the metro, although that will likely trend toward the south. Tonight stays warm. Storms will be ending early, moving on out. So it's mainly an evening situation and potentially afternoon hours for southern parts of the state. As we head toward tomorrow, bright, sunny, warm, muggy day out there for your Thursday forecast. We're up to 90 light winds tomorrow. So good day to go for a swim is what I would say. But later in the evening of Thursday up north, watch for those showers and storms. Some of those may linger into Friday morning. Then the later part of Friday looking to stay dry. So we got those morning rumbles out there, and then we mainly hang out in the 80s. It'll likely be humid most days at least. 4th of July right now, not a washout, but it is looking unsettled, meaning that there will likely be some interruptions across the state there. And then Sunday and early next week, if you're extending your time off, still looks like summer weather out there. And we'll probably have a few showers and storms along the way, Tom.
All right, very good. And next time we chat, and we're out of time now, but we'll talk about the chances for Town Bowl tonight. I know it's on for now, but we'll find out more of the specifics on that. Thank you, sir. Don't go away. When we come back, we'll talk the big game tonight, the knockout round for the U.S. and a big watch party. That's coming up next on All Day. Welcome back here to Fox 9 all day at 11. Great to have you along. We know that certainly World Cup fever has taken over for a lot of us. We're very excited about the big game coming up tonight with the U.S. in the knockout round. But right now in downtown Minneapolis, our Don Mitchell is there for the watch party that's going to be happening. But right now, Don, it's all about England, and I think they're playing one of these teams from Africa that people are kind of like, where did they come from? And they're pretty darn good. Good to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, that's right. England and Congo, and right now England just had a really good chance to tie it up on a set piece, but they did not. So Congo still has the 1-0 lead. But we are here now. They moved the party here at PV Plaza from down below because of the broken tiles to up above here at Nicollet Mall. We'll give you the grand tour in a couple of minutes. Now, because of the rain, not a lot of people are here yet, but they're starting to come out of the woodwork now that the sun is out. So there are some fans. You'll hear there's a gentleman over here cheering for Congo, and we're going to introduce you to Bobby from England, who just saw another chance evaporate for England. So Bobby, you're on deck, and now you're fully up. Your team just had two great chances. England, what is the problem?
Well, you know, England plays with the weight of all of its failure. It does. I mean, they look grim out there. They don't play with any joy. Congo is playing free and loose because they're massive underdogs. And the English, even since the start of the tournament, every game until they get a lead, they just look so, I don't know, so grim is the best word to describe it.
We have to tell them that there's no relegation if they lose this. So lift that and have some joy.
Oh, there's relegation, all right. They'll be relegated to the trash heap of English soccer history. They will also go home to a lot of very disappointed fans because they expect to win this year.
So show us your jersey and tell us about your journey to being an England fan here.
My journey, well, my father in his later years, last 20 or so years of his life, became a big fan of the English Premier League. And I kind of picked up on that the last few years of his life. And so I've been an England fan. I don't remember exactly when it kicked in specifically, but I've been a fan of the English national team for a few World Cups now. And each World Cup is more and more painful than the previous one. So this year, I came into this tournament thinking that this should be the year. I'm not so sure I have that confidence anymore, but I'm going to keep rooting for him, and I'm going to keep watching. So,
well, you're only down 1-0, my friend.
Yes.
A good goal, you're right in it.
Well, this is true, but Congo is a fast team and a good team. They play good defense. England tied Ghana last week. Ghana played a crazy kind of defense, and the English had all sorts of opportunities to score and didn't take advantage of them. And this is kind of shaping up to be something similar to that.
And you have a very boisterous Congo fan in front of you, kind of rubbing your nose in it a little.
I don't blame him one bit. I would be doing the same thing. If England scores, I will be cheering loudly.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for chatting with us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Bobby, the #1 English fan here. We want him to cheer about something now, so.
I'll take that.
I love it.
I'll take that, yes.
And Bobby, you can tell.
Well, Tom, I'm going to take you.
I was just going to say, you can also tell that he's a Minnesota's fan, so it's like it's kind of a double whammy.
Double whammy. We're going to take you on a quick journey to tell you why. See, now a couple of the fans are coming out of the woodworks, like I said. It was empty when we first got here, but this is what happened down here at PV Plaza with all of the tiles, with just the sheer amounts of people that were down here.
Oh, wow.
There are some things set up down here, but they kind of said, no, we're not going to really have people down here today. We're going to lift it up here. So, the World Cup comes with joy, and it also comes with the bummer part of it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we're up here a little bit and hope more fans will come out.
I loved his analogy of his team that doesn't play with joy and kind of a more grim out there. But, yeah, you feel for him, certainly,
Absolutely.
as a fan. All right, good stuff.
We might have to get him some fish and chips and an adult beverage if
there we go.
It doesn't work out for him today.
That would help for just about anyone. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Don. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, a pretty neat story that has to do with what we're celebrating here with our independence, and we'll talk about a program with the VA here locally. That's when All Day comes right back on this Wednesday. Welcome back to All Day on this first day of July. And of course, we're thinking about our 4th of July. In light of that, as part of National Freedom 250 campaign, our 250 years as a nation, and the 80th anniversary of the Veterans Health Administration, the Minneapolis VA is celebrating, and they're hosting a VA resource fair today to honor men and women who have protected our great nation. Joining us now, Melanie Nelson with the Minneapolis VA healthcare system. Melanie, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it so much. Tell us what's going on today.
Thanks, Tom. Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm here at the Minneapolis VA Medical Center. As you said, we're honoring 250 years of freedom here with a VA resource fair. If you come on down to the Minneapolis VA, and right by the airport, you'll see about 20 different booths today here. We've got a booth talking about toxic exposure syndrome. If you had that, what that means for getting healthcare here at the VA. We've got a booth on limb loss. We have a booth on suicide prevention. Just about anything you want here, we've got it for you to check out.
Very good. And we know this event will go until 2 o'clock today. So if people want to head out there, can they just show up, or what do they need to do?
Yeah, please just show up. We're here right in the main flag atrium of the Minneapolis VA Medical Center from 11 until 2. We're having a little celebration at noon. We're doing a cake cutting for the 250th. The military always loves cake cutting, so we're doing one of those here. We also have folks from our National Cemetery here at Fort Snelling, our Vet Center, and even Veterans Benefit Administration is here today too. So you can get a little bit of everything the VA in totality has to offer. Come here and check it out to see if you can get signed up for the care that you've earned.
Yeah, and it looks like you have a decent showing so far early on. As we get closer to the cake cutting, I'm sure more people will show up when, you know, there's
they do.
dessert on the line.
Yeah.
What does the need look like when we think about our great veterans? What are the needs that are so close and specific to them right now in your mind?
So as far as veterans' needs, it's really an individual basis. Here at the Minneapolis VA, it's really, really important to us that veterans know about the benefits that they've earned. A lot of people, they serve and then they just come home and they don't check in with us. They don't check in to see if they're eligible for care, for benefits. And that's what we're asking them to do. Just take a hot minute.
Yeah.
You can do it here. You can also go to your county veteran service officer and just ask, hey, I served. What am I qualified to get? What benefits can I get that I've earned?
Right. And I'm sure the payoff for you folks is hearing when they do get that help that they are maybe in a better place and they appreciate getting the help.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here to serve the veterans.
That's right. Well, Melanie, thanks so much for taking the time out and chatting with us and for showing us around there.
Thanks, Tom.
Wish you all the best with the celebration and the cake cutting at noon. Take care. Thanks so much. We are going to talk about our weather. I'm going to nail down that Jared Pieppenberg on our town ball tonight. See how things are looking in Hinckley. Good stuff there. We'll be right back. Well, it is a big weekend coming up, certainly, when it comes to weather, especially because it dictates a lot of what we're going to be doing for our celebrations for the 4th of July. We know everyone's outside, fireworks shows, picnics, grandpa falling asleep, getting a sunburn, that kind of thing. Let's check in again with meteorologist Jared Piethenberg. But before we get to that, we need to get to what's happening later today here in our area.
Yeah, I have us zoomed in at Hinckley, so looking like maybe one little mini shower occurring. This is where Town Ball Tour will happen here this evening. The crew is probably setting up. I was looking at the cameras. It just kind of looks overcast up around Hinckley. There may be a few sprinkles. These really light shades of blue, probably not hitting the ground, but there's these little showers kind of cruising by the northern half of the state. It isn't very much. You can see how that was just kind of tapering off and then turning into a little shower, so maybe a little bit of activity, but the threat of severe weather is not up north for today. There's just going to be some showers. Some of these may turn into a random like thunder shower up for cabin country. So folks out and about, or maybe you're heading up there right now, you're already in the Brainerd Lakes area or Detroit Lakes or Park Rapids, Alex, wherever you're at, there's the chance of a shower or random rumble, but severe weather wise is going to stay down in southern parts of Minnesota, and it's trending to stay south of the metro. Now, you can't rule it out for the Twin Cities, but everything I've been looking through and sifting through over the past couple of hours here, it just has that trend a little closer to the border with Iowa and mainly just south of the metro. So here's the past 6 hours. You can see how we had some scattered showers and thunderstorms moving through the area. Now that's spreading across Iowa. There's still some severe thunderstorm warnings just south of Green Bay, but those are the closest warnings right now. So watching a little activity streaming out of parts of Iowa. This is going to kind of move up into southern and southeastern parts of Minnesota here. As we head throughout the rest of the day, there will be that chance of strong to severe thunderstorms mainly in the south. Think of this like a bullseye with the risk of severe weather, where this is kind of the low ends and then the better chance for the thunderstorms to produce potentially of hail, wind, maybe some isolated tornadoes will stay down toward the south. There's likely going to be an update on this map coming up here within the next, it should be happening very shortly, but likely will trend a little bit farther toward the south just with the latest model guidance that's been coming on in. So let's look at futurecast as we head throughout the afternoon. Those showers and thunderstorms that are streaming out of northern Iowa right now continue to move into southern parts of the state along that I-90 corridor there, and will continue down in that area. So that's 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now as we head toward later afternoon, that's when expecting a little more activity to be showing up on the radar here. Initially probably just starting to turn into some stronger thunderstorms, but as we head in the evening, these storms could blossom. That's when that threat of severe weather will likely kind of peak for Minnesota. Will be this evening into the first part of the overnight hour. So there's 6 p.m. You can see up north still maybe a few thunder showers, but that risk of severe weather looks to stay down in the southern part of the state. And the Twin Cities could be close to these thunderstorms, so stay sky aware for any plans you have on outdoors. Now south of the metro, looking like a little better chance for the strong to severe thunderstorms. As we head toward the later parts of the evening, so here's 9 p.m. really close to sundown. Storms continue to be a threat down in that I-90 corridor down in southern Minnesota, but after dark this will transition eastward, move on out. Your Thursday forecast looks like a nice summer day. If you can get to the lake, it's going to be hot and humid tomorrow, near 90, and with the humidity up there, it's just going to feel pretty sticky, and it'll likely feel hotter than that 90-degree temperature. So there's 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to run this out into the evening hours because we're going to watch for things to break down late on Thursday. So cabin goers up north, there will be a threat late in the day on Thursday for some scattered showers and storms to stream out of the Dakotas. But right now, we're starting to heat up the atmosphere again. We're getting some sunshine behind this morning's round of thunderstorms. 74 right now. Dew point still at 62. Little breeze out there. That breeze is going to continue to draw in more moisture. Heat will continue to rise. We're up to 84, but it's going to be warm and muggy with that chance of thunderstorms here this evening, potentially late afternoon for southern parts of the state. Now overnight tonight, the threat of severe weather will quickly diminish as we head after dark. Those storms move on out. The later half of the night should be pretty quiet, warm, humid out there. And then tomorrow, most of the day, especially in the southern half of the state, should stay very sunny and just hot and humid, near 90 and light winds. That's what it's without a whole lot of that breeze. Monday, we at least had that breeze. It was so sticky out there, but yeah, with that wind, it kind of helped. Where tomorrow, there's not going to be much wind. So that 90 with the heat and humidity will feel hotter than that. Late day showers and storms. Some of those may last into Friday morning. So heading up north, or you have Friday off. I know a lot of folks, the holiday day for work-wise will be on Friday. 88 morning rumbles. The later half of the day looks a little quieter right now. For the 4th, outdoor activities, Saturday does look unsettled. Right now, not a washout, but it looks like maybe off and on showers and storms scattered over the area. We're only on Wednesday, so we'll be able to narrow down how this is really shaping up as we inch a little bit closer. But what we are seeing right now, Saturday does look unsettled. So there is that potential that you'll have some interruptions out there. And then we're hanging out in the 80s with some sunshine and more summer-like weather through the extended forecast. Tom?
Stuff, and it looks like we're playing ball in Hinckley. Good stuff.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back here on All Day. All right, we have love is certainly in the air, quite literally here. Breaking news, Amber.
Yeah, breaking news, we can call it that. We've seen a couple of people just now climb the Empire-State Building. This is a live look from the chopper out there, and they're a little bit hard to see in the mix of, I don't really know what it's called, but the actual like
spire.
Structure. The spire, thank you. Yeah. Do you have that lower third, Ben? So again, live look, and I've been told from several.
I can see them, yeah.
He's like in there,
yeah,
right?
There's 2 people.
There's 2 people in there, and they're making their way. Well, now it looks like they're climbing back up.
Yeah.
They were climbing down, and within the last few minutes, we saw one of them get down on a knee and appear to propose.
Oh boy.
So, I mean, really making quite a statement.
Wow.
And how do you say no to that?
You know, and is it legal what they're doing, climbing up in the spire? I don't know that would be legal.
I mean, I would assume you would need some sort of like permit.
I don't think they want the general public climbing up into the spire.
I don't think so either.
No. All right, so obviously New York news is all over this thing.
Yes, they very much are. So I don't really know much right now. I have no clue who these people are.
Right.
And again, I wrote on here a parent engagement because, I mean, we're putting 2 and 2 together from what we've seen on here. But yeah, I was told it looked like they, you know, again, one person got down on a knee, and then the other person was taking selfies and doing a little bit of.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Were they always within the spire, or did they actually come out?
No, they were up on like the platform at the very top. Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
So we had a better shot earlier.
I'm not crazy about heights. I don't know how you are, but I am not crazy about heights.
I would feel a smidge squeamish here.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, you want to talk town ball?
Let's do that. Let's talk town ball, because we know it's one of the favorite things we do here at the 9. And our Kelly O'Connell spent the morning in Hinckley checking out the bakery and some other fun stuff there. What a great community. Let's see what Kelly found for us today. I don't think that's Kelly's report.
No, I don't think so either.
Because she, during the Fox 9 Morning News, she was showing us a bakery there and all the great food.
You know, what do you do? What do you do? She did just put in Slack a short time ago that she brought back. Oh, where's her message? Rolls from Toby's.
Yeah, Toby's, right. Toby's is the big bakery there.
I'm a bit jealous, and I'm locked in here, right? So, like, I can't go out there and get a roll, but, like, if someone's watching and wants to bring me a roll.
Kelly, he's still in there? She's supposed to still be in there.
Hello.
That'd be nice.
I'm hungry. It's lunchtime, and I never get to eat on time here.
No. Of course not.
Tom, we got a hard out of 57:30 here, so a few minutes left. I want to tease ahead to the next couple hours because it's a little bit funky today.
Right, with where we're placed.
Correct, yeah. So noon, we're going to be on Fox Local, fox9.com, strictly streaming show. And then at 1 o'clock, as soon as the World Cup game is over and post-game coverage is done, we will be back on the main channel, Channel 9, KMSP, and of course, still streaming. So, as always, you can find us forever on streaming, no matter where you are, no matter what time it is, no matter what's going on over the air. We're always streaming.
Always streaming.
Always streaming. But yeah, 1 o'clock, we might be back on air, but we'll be done on Fox 9 Plus at the end of the 11 o'clock here. During the 1 o'clock hour, we're talking new laws We're talking one new law specifically. Social media platforms today are supposed to be posting a warning about the impact that social media has on mental health, specifically the impact it has on youth mental health.
Right.
I've been told those warnings are not getting posted, so
there's a lawsuit going on here, so that's why. Potential, yeah.
Yes.
So that's why we're not seeing it on our social media feeds here.
Correct.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, the expert we're having on is from the U, and she's been studying the impact of social media on mental health for over a decade. She's also been studying and working on different AI algorithms to detect when social media might be causing harm to a user's mental health.
Right.
So we're talking to her at about 1:15, and if anybody watching has a question about the impact of social media on mental health, shoot it over to us. Our email right there on your screen, allday@fox.com, and we will ask her your question live and try to get you some answers. This is a topic that impacts so many people.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, we know of countries that have banned it for.
Was it Australia?
Australia, 16 and younger, or under 16, and with good reason.
Right.
I think why we're looking into this a little deeper because of what it does mentally to a lot of our kids, and it's. It's one of those topics that it certainly hits, I think, a lot of parents. Right?
Hits everybody, for sure.
Right. That's right.
So, again, shoot us your questions. We'll try to get some answers. We're moving over to the stream, Tom.
Yeah.
We'll see everybody back at noon.
Sounds good.
All right, welcome back to All Day Live here on Wednesday afternoon. Rob Wilson in here for the next couple of hours. A lot on tap today. Weather that we're tracking today and how that may impact you no matter where you are, how that may impact our trip to Town Ball in Hinckley today. The World Cup tonight, the U.S. plays Bosnia-Herzegovina in prime time, so we'll be talking about that. Big party downtown again as usual. Looking ahead to holiday travel, how many people are on the road as gas prices continue to drop. And we're talking about the social media warning law. I know Amber and Tom were just talking about that. It's supposed to go into effect today, a warning about potential mental health issues that is apparently not there. But send us your questions as we have an interview coming up a little bit later in the next hour about social media mental health. Any questions you have about how to address this with yourself or with your children, we'd love to pass them along to the expert. But right now we want to get to Lauren Andrago very quickly. A car fire that she's tracking here on I-35. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, taking you to the North Metro 35 at Highway 8. This is just north of the 35 split in Forest Lake. I saw a huge plume of black smoke from a different camera a couple miles away from this, but what you're seeing is firefighters who just showed up about 60 seconds ago and putting out the flames of this vehicle that was fully engulfed. It looks like no one was injured. The driver pulled over to the side of the road and was able to safely exit the vehicle. Now we have a tow truck on the scene as well as fire crews trying to put this out. We see more car fires in the summer. That may or may not be surprising to you. I'll show this to you on the map right here, Forest Lake 35 at Highway 8. A bit of a slowdown here in both ways. I think people just see flames and they want to get an eye on what's going on. But for the most part, no traffic impact. They should be leaving the scene shortly, but for now, one lane here in the northbound lanes of 35, Rob, through Forest Lake.
Okay, all right. So pay attention if you're heading that way. It looks like it's the white smoke is always a good sign.
That's a good sign, yes.
Yeah, that means it is now on the decline there as they put that out, but certainly slowing traffic down. Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate it. Of course, some active weather situations that we're keeping track of today as well, and how that may impact you as potentially you're traveling out of town already for the holiday weekend. Let's get over to Jared Piepenberg, who has been tracking this as well. Another active day here to begin July, Jared.
Yes, yeah. This morning we had some showers and storms, some pockets of heavy rain down south, and now a little breather between the storms. I know we're watching up in Hinckley this afternoon and the evening as well, and that looks pretty good for the most part. There's some spotty showers over Hinckley right now, really, really light, but it looks like things in terms of Town Ball will be a little bit better than down in southern parts of the state. So this is a view outside our station looking at Bryant Lake right now in southwestern corner of the Twin Cities. A little breeze. Temperatures are warming back up. Humidity is continuing to rise as that dropped a little bit after those showers and storms moved by this morning. And then we'll be kind of watching for these bookend storms, meaning that at the beginning of the day we have activity and the second half of the day we'll have activity. The last hour, dew point was at 62. Now it's back up to 65. Temperature continues to rise. Dew point by the end of the day may come closer to 70. So it's going to get pretty muggy and humid out there before we finish out today. Let's take a little radar tour of what's going on here. Those scattered showers and thunderstorms from this morning. I have this backed up 3 hours. You can see how that was just kind of passing on by. And most of southern Minnesota, a little quieter off toward Eau Claire, dealing with some showers north out of the metro. So this is around Hinckley, which will be set up, but it's just some sprinkles is what it looks like. In northern Minnesota, for some cabin goers, these are very minor interruptions, but this may turn into a random thunder shower as we close out today. The threat of severe weather does not look to be a possibility up north, but down in southern parts of Minnesota, we are still watching things as the atmosphere changes this afternoon, getting some sunshine. Dew points return as more moisture surges on in. There's still some scattered showers and storms down in northern parts of Iowa. These will continue to trend up toward the north and east, but we'll watch for more activity to kind of fill in down in the southern part of the state before we finish out the day. There it is. This is just updated. I've been kind of waiting this to update. If you've been watching over the past hour, I've been saying that this likely will trend southward. Think of it like a bullseye, the threat of severe weather out there. Now Twin Cities has been trimmed out of that level 3 because you can see these are where these were located before. So now this is all transitioning a little bit farther toward the south and east. So the best chance for any strong thunderstorm development. Can't be ruled out for the metro, but really has been hinting at moving out of Iowa and staying close to that I-90 corridor down in the southern part of the state, which is going to be that level 3, enhanced risks. What does this mean for you? I really wouldn't care too much about it right now, but just think of it like a bullseye. So better chance for that severe weather potential will stay down in the south and all modes of severe weather before we finish out the day. And what I mean by that is there's a chance of hail, strong winds, and isolated tornadoes and downpours, which we had the downpours this morning, which led to a flash flood warning down in Winona. So we'll be watching for everything to kind of occur later on for today. But this is going to be mainly an evening situation, but we'll still likely see some spotty showers and storms closer to that border with Iowa this afternoon. Here's about an hour and a half from now, 2 hours from now, looking at 2 o'clock. As we head toward mid to late afternoon, a little bit more activity, those scattered showers and storms, mainly looking to stay south of the Twin Cities. Cabin goers up north, like I said, there might be a random rumble or two up north, but the chance of severe weather is going to stay down in southern Minnesota. Now let's head into the evening hours. That's when I think we're going to get a little bit more of that surge of moisture out there, and everything will just kind of blossom into these stronger clusters of storms potentially out there, producing the hail, the wind, maybe an isolated tornado. Again, that stays looking to stay mainly south of the Twin Cities, continues off toward the east as we head towards sundown. Can't rule out thunderstorms in the metro, but right now leaning toward just staying to the south of us here in terms of best potential of stronger thunderstorm development. Now after that moves out early tonight, tomorrow, sunshine, humid out there. It's going to be hot, kind of sticky out there for most folks. But before we finish out Thursday, watch for some showers and storms to stroll out of parts of the Dakotas. So if you're looking to go up to the cabin today, tomorrow, you're tuned in from up north or have something planned, you're already taking tomorrow off, just know that things could change up before we finish out our Thursday, as we could have some showers and storms returning to the area as we continue kind of this hot, muggy, and unsettled weather pattern. So today, the morning storms are done. This afternoon in the evening hours, we're going to be watching for the severe weather potential. That's down in southern Minnesota. 84. It's going to get muggy as dew points continue to rise. Overnight tonight, the threat of thunderstorms will fade very early and very quickly. 69 for an overnight low. Tomorrow, 90. It's going to be a bright, sunny day for the metro almost all day long. Look off toward the west late in the day. You'll probably see those thunderstorms heading our direction, or at least across the state. Cabin goers for tomorrow, the end of the day, watch for those scattered showers and storms. It'll be a hot and humid one. We're going to do more summer-like weather here. If you're curious about the close of the week, a lot of folks have Friday off for the holiday since the actual holiday is landing on a Saturday. Looks like these scattered showers and storms Thursday may bleed into Friday morning. The rest of Friday right now staying dry, 88. Saturday, I would call it unsettled, meaning that it's not going to rain and storm all day, but it does look like they could have some scattered showers and storms off and on throughout all day of Saturday, just meaning that there's an interruption, you have a break for a few hours, then another shower or storm rolls on through it, then another break. So there'll be some interruptions on your Saturday, so just be aware of that. As we head towards Sunday and into early next week, maybe you have that portion of around the holiday off. Looks like more of the same. Hot, sunny, humid, maybe a few scattered showers and storms along the way. Rob?
Yeah, and that always keeps things a little bit unpredictable, I guess, when you have that kind of heat and humidity and air moving around, that what could pop up.
Yeah, I think just the best thing is just like know that there's that threat. So if you're like, well, I'm going up to the cabin here, I know that there's these chances, just check in at like in the morning or later in the day, just like see what the updates are, because things change, and thunderstorms in the morning that we had here influence how the afternoon changes for us. And we're already seeing that, as I was saying, the trend now. Earlier this morning, it was kind of like, well, what's it going to do? Is it going to influence the storms in the metro later after the day? Well, the way that they moved on through changed their whole environment around there. Everything's been trending a little bit farther south for the second half of thunderstorm development for today.
All right.
That's what we're seeing for the rest of the forecast too. Each day will influence what the next day is like.
All right, just a domino effect. All right, thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Let's see, a couple things that we want to take a look at that are happening right now, and one of them is in New York City in the Empire State Building. We've been watching this for a while now, where a couple of people have climbed to the very, very top of the Empire State Building, unfurling a banner. It appeared to be a proposal. I think we have a live picture. There's a picture.
We do.
Amber, yeah.
Can we throw a live bug up, Adam? This is a live look at the helicopter shot from Manhattan, and yeah, I'm hoping that they can find where the couple is again.
Well, they were on that little platform just below that antenna. Yeah, this is all basically antenna stuff there, and then there's a platform right there. That's where they were.
And people out in the newsroom, I don't know if you caught this, but said that they saw one of the people get down on one knee.
Yeah, I saw that.
And apparently proposed.
Well, that's what it looked like. So you saw them climbing, and then they got to the a platform level.
Yeah.
I don't know how they got to, because there's a lot of things in place to prevent you. If you've ever been up to that, like the observation deck of the Empire State Building,
right.
How you get access to that when it's very much fenced off, I don't know. But they climbed up there. I didn't see any safety ropes or anything. So it's unclear if they had any or not. I couldn't see any. They get up there, they're all, wearing black. Did they get there? It looked like they set up what looked like a firework.
Really?
Yeah, almost. It was hard to tell exactly, but that's what it sort of appeared to be.
Wow.
Unfurled a banner, and then the male figure got down on one knee. It appeared to be a proposal. Mm-hmm. Then they embraced. So it looked like a pretty memorable way to get engaged.
I'm trying to spot where they are now on here.
Yeah, I don't see them there. The banner that they unfurled said, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." And that was, wow, looking at the picture here, that was at the very top, above the platform, like the very
top.
tip top
Yeah.
of that spire.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They are brave, brave people.
Yeah, and we're watching this live the whole time. Just it's fascinating, but at the same time pretty stressful because you're like, we don't want to see people fall
right
on live television. So we're trying to be very careful about that.
Oh, what was it? Like 6 months ago, there was a guy who climbed. I believe wasn't it It was like a big thing on Netflix. They live streamed it.
Oh, yeah, and that was down in, it wasn't Hong Kong, it was it Taipei?
Yeah. I was so scared that we were going to watch him plummet to his death live TV.
Yeah.
That was terrifying.
Live on Netflix. I watched parts of it, kind of went back and forth.
Yeah.
And, this guy, he was... was that the same guy that was the subject of the documentary when he climbed El Capitan?
Yep.
Yeah. Who admitted there's something different about him in which he just doesn't feel fear the same way other people do. I mean, which is good if you're going to do that. I mean, because
you kind of need to be like that.
Yeah, that keeps you calm if you're not feeling fear.
Yeah.
But it is an odd thing in the brain.
I can't relate.
Yeah.
I climb out, oh my gosh, when I was in Puerto Rico, there was like a historic sugar pier situation that like went out over the ocean, right? And it was just like these thin little like boards that my husband really wanted to go out and walk on. And I was so scared that I was like shaking. I'm like, I can't go out any further because I'm going to just like fall off this. And it's, I could never do something like this.
No, because your nerves get to the point where then that's where you make a mistake.
Yes, you panic.
So unclear exactly. Obviously, we don't know who they are.
Right.
We don't know how they managed to get around the security apparatus there to get to climb that spire.
I was going to say, was this at all even like a legal, like did they do this with permission?
I would imagine not. But,
Again,
and then where did they go from here?
And like, are they just going to be met with police down at the bottom?
Absolutely, they will be, with a lot of police. I kind of half expected that, what are they going to parachute off the tower? But, that itself is dangerous, too.
And you didn't see any harnesses on them, did you?
I couldn't see any harnesses.
I saw helmets on somebody.
Yeah. That's not to say they didn't have any. It wasn't apparent.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah. Okay, that's where I was thinking, too. I did not spot any, but, thought maybe you saw something. I didn't.
I did not. I could not discern any sort of safety harnesses. I don't know. Let me look at this. Yeah. So here's a picture I'm seeing from earlier when they unfurled the banner at the very top of the spire, and then down below on the platform. Not very far down below, but there's a small platform there where it looked like, again, one got down on one knee, and then afterwards they embraced. So,
yep.
I don't know. Where did they go? We don't see them now.
No, I haven't seen them in a little while. I have no idea where the heck they are now.
So they must have gone down, and they, at that point, they just know at that point that they're going to be facing arrest and criminal charges.
I mean, they're definitely like making their way down still. There's no way that they've gotten down to the ground already.
Let's see, zooming in. But yeah,
because they were still up on the antenna maybe 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, the fact that they had climbed all the way to the peak of that and were holding on was crazy. So they must have, they had a banner out. Again, it was a pretty large banner, which is not there. So they must have, I didn't see what happened after they unfurled the banner. But yeah, that very peak right there, they were standing all the way up there before they then came back down.
Yeah, I might have our editor able to flip a little bit of the video from earlier, so I'm working on that.
Okay.
In the meantime, Rob, you want to let people know about this rally happening downtown?
Yeah, this other thing that we're keeping an eye on, and we have a live camera down there waiting for this rally to begin. It was set to begin at noon. I guess it has begun already now. This is outside the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis because at 1:30, 15 people who were indicted back on June 16th, that press conference here with the U.S. Attorney for Minnesota and the Department of Justice against 15 people accused of a variety of charges related to anti-ICE activities in January and February, accused of obstructing federal agents. Let me see, I've got a list here of the things that they were. Conspiracy to impede a federal officer, interstate stalking, interstate threats, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, assault on a federal officer, destruction of federal property. They used hard and soft blockades. And the charges say that this is, they are being charged because this is an effort to stop organized political violence. This group here defending them for their actions, saying that this is the federal government really coming down far too hard on people who were trying to exercise their First Amendment rights. Now, the charges again say that these people went beyond peaceful protesting, that they were advocating violent protesting. So anyway, the initial appearances in federal court at 1:30. Amber, did we want to listen into some of this here for a little bit? This is a rally for these, in defense of these 15 who've been charged by the federal government, saying that they are just basically being targeted by overzealous prosecutors and an overzealous Justice Department for people who were, again, trying to exercise their rights and express their feelings through actions. But the charges, again, say that these people went beyond that, were advocating violence, and that they are Antifa connected, that there are several groups here that had self-identified as being part of Antifa, the anti-fascist movement. So we'll keep an eye on this as well. Let's see, a couple other headlines that we wanted to fill you in on, and one is getting around downtown Minneapolis is getting a lot harder here. If you use the light rail system, there are no trains now between basically U.S. Bank Stadium and Target Field. It is entirely shut down. This is in addition to the light rail, the Blue Line from the Mall of America to downtown that shut down on Monday from maintenance work. It's a lot of work. That line's been running for 20 years. So they say there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that. And so that's why that is down until August 19th. Buses are replacing the trains in that period. Obviously, they're on the road with traffic. The train's designed to keep you out of traffic, so that could cause some other issues. The Green Line, though, again, should be back up at the end of July, that Green Line running through downtown. They have another short shutdown planned for August 16th through the 19th. So more trains being idled for maintenance work. Let's see. And then this, we've talked about this before. This is one of the new laws taking effect in Minnesota today, and that is requiring warnings on social media accounts about mental health support. And and we'll have a guest coming up 1:15, right?
Yeah, about an hour from now. She's an expert from the University of Minnesota. She's studied the impact of social media on mental health for about 10 years now. She's also been looking into like artificial intelligence and how it can be used to help like detect the effects of social media on mental health. So we wanted to give people the chance to, you know, if you have a question about what the impact exactly is or something related to that, shoot that our way. Our email there, we have a lower third here, Adam, allday@fox.com. So email us any questions you might have for this expert. Again, she's not like a legal expert, so she can't really speak to the law or, you know, the constitutionality of this law, or how like it might be enforced, things like that. But she can talk about why this has been such an issue. So, and what like the impacts might actually be. If you're wondering, like, you know, how does this affect my kids? The big focus here is teens and tweens. So, you know, if you're wondering what social media does to their mental health and maybe like what the warning signs might be, when you should be concerned, things like that. Those are, you know, how do you handle that? That's stuff that she can help us.
Yeah, the description here is that using machine learning, she uses digital trace data from millions of interactions on social media to identify high-risk behaviors.
Yeah.
Developing more ethical and compassionate research practices for computer science. So interested in dangerous behaviors, social media use, the interaction thereof, whether there's some predictive behavior, et cetera. So again, any questions about mental health and social media use, whether it's for yourself, for your children, because this, you know, this isn't limited to a certain age group. The, you know, the research and the concerns are
primarily
potentially
around
with kids, because of, you know, it can lead to feelings of being alone. I mean, it can
depression, anxiety,
a lot of
self-image.
FOMO there too, where you see people posting things. It looks like everybody's having great fun, and you feel like you're not.
Yeah.
But a lot of those things too on social media aren't necessarily a real depiction of somebody else's life. It is, they want to present the best version of themselves. Yeah, and so it may not even be, it's like, look, it's so glamorous and whatever, but you know, it's so highly posed sometimes.
And filtered, right? Like reality is filtered through social media. So people like to show the good and not the tough stuff a lot of times.
Well, if you got some good questions, please send them forward, and we'll address those when we talk to this expert coming up at 1:15.
Coming up next, Rob, we're going to be heading to northern Minnesota, where there is a library on wheels. Obviously, everybody knows what an ice cream truck is, but do you know about a library truck?
Well, you know, the Bookmobile has a rich history.
It really does.
In Minnesota, specifically in Minnesota. It wasn't the first, we weren't the first to put books on wheels, but there was somewhere out east that did it on a, you know, horse-drawn cart.
That's cool.
But the essential design of a bookmobile, a rolling library that you can walk inside, was invented in Minnesota like over 100 years ago.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a huge asset to the area to have the opportunity to access a library system when they might not have a traditional brick and mortar library in their community. So that's coming up next. We're heading up to northern Minnesota. Speaking of which, I'm going to have us take a live look at Ely as we go to break, because it is lovely up in Ely. And we're back in 2 minutes talking Arrowhead Mobile Library.
All right, welcome back to All Day Live. For more than a half a century, there's been a mobile library rolling through the Arrowhead region of northern Minnesota. It's the bookmobile of the Arrowhead Library System, and it is still rolling, and it logs a lot of miles. Let's bring in our guest, Mary Lee Barclay, the bookmobile coordinator for the Arrowhead Library System. Thanks for being with us. I pronounced your name correctly, right? Mary Lee?
Mary Lee, yes.
Yeah. How long have you been the coordinator for this for the system in the Arrowhead region?
I just hit 5 years.
Wow. Well, congratulations. It's got to be a pretty rewarding job.
Yes, it's very rewarding. I mean, there are moments, but that's true of any public job.
I suppose so. The bookmobile itself in general has a rich history in Minnesota. So I was reading some of the other history because I knew that there was significant milestones in Minnesota. I just read that the first horse-drawn library delivering books was in Maryland, but the first actual bookmobile that in a truck that you could walk into was introduced actually in Hibbing in 1918. You think about that. I mean,
that was one of the first ones.
Yeah, are you pretty familiar with that history?
Well, I don't know how well you can see it, but there's a picture of it.
Yep, I see it.
And it said it even had a stove for the winter time to keep everybody warm. And it housed about 1,000 books.
Which is remarkable. And, it's understandable at a time when, public libraries were very much expanding to make sure that people had access to books, and then to make sure that then you took the books on the road. Your bookmobile system has been going for, is it around 60 years or so in the Arrowhead?
Yep, it'll be 60 years in 2027.
And people might wonder with the library, with the internet, library usage has seen some declines. The internet giving information access more widely, books through Kindle or Apple Books. Wondering about the viability of the bookmobile system. Your bookmobile continues to go strong. What is it that still drives this to, well, no pun intended, to be so popular?
Well, I think the big thing for us is in greater Minnesota, even where I live, internet is not very accessible. I have to go through satellite to get mine. I go through Starlink, but there are a lot of places who don't have access to any kind of internet unless through hotspots through their phone or something. And so having the bookmobile, it gives them a chance to be able to read and have materials for fun and for education, or both.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, tell us about the range here. It's I looked at the map on your website, a significantly large area, huge geography where your bookmobile goes.
Yes, we cover, Arrowhead Library System is a 7-county region, and we cover 4 of the counties. St. Louis County, which is the largest county in Minnesota, and then Koochiching, Itasca, and Carlton. And so we did go further at one point when we had 3 bookmobiles in our service, but like you said, budget cuts started affecting it, and demand was a little less, so they went down to 1 bookmobile.
Okay.
But we do have a mail book. And I think also helped, they started a mail book service. It has been about 50 years now, where they mail books to people who don't have access to a library. If you live in a town that doesn't have a library, or you're in the country or homebound, they mail books.
There is a summer reading program through your system to get kids to read outside of school during the break, and I read that 55 kids signed up for that.
We are now up to 80.
Oh, good.
Yes, we over the week we got 80 kids and signed up, and we're trying to get more, make sure we have all the welcome bags for them, and they each get a free book, so we have plenty of books to hand out for them.
So how does it work for when they're signed up in that system? I mean, these are stops that you make with the bookmobile, or what all is involved in that program?
Well, each Arrowhead Library System has 27 libraries, and so they each have their own summer reading, and then the bookmobile has its own individual reading program. And so it's just, we have 60 stops that we go to in a 3-week period, and it's just kids can sign up, and then we give them a log sheet to keep track of books that they read or minutes that they read, and then they come back and they can get a craft kit.
Is it, have there been challenges to keeping the bookmobile on the road? I mean, not just, mechanically, but I mean, with budget issues or, trying to convince people that this is still a needed asset?
Yes, this area is going through, there have been major budget cuts in quite a few cities that have also affected the bookmobile because we get paid for with county money. And so if they have libraries that are struggling and they try and help those, they might not help the bookmobile or give funding to the bookmobile as much. So we have had to cut stops as we go to look at what we have a budget for. It costs about $5,000 a year for each stop we go to.
Do you have any fears that the bookmobile in the coming years may be something that becomes on the chopping block entirely, or people see it as antiquated, that you have to struggle to keep that viable?
I don't have any fears right now. At this time, we are looking at getting a new bookmobile soon because this one has reached 230-some thousand miles. So we're looking at a new one, and they've already said, yes, we're getting a new one. So I don't have any fears because it should last then for about 10 more years.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's a good sign if you're going to get a new bookmobile. What are the parameters for what kind of vehicle works as a bookmobile? Is it a particular type of truck or bus or what? How do you convert those?
There are places that are specific for specialty vehicles. Winnebago has a division that they create specialty vehicles to be bookmobile related. The big thing is, and it can vary where you are. We currently have a diesel truck, and we're wanting to get away from that because diesel is getting more expensive, and the stuff to maintain it's more expensive. So we're kind of hoping to go with a gas truck next.
Yeah,
we're not doing electric. Electric has not been considered because there's no place to charge the vehicle where we travel.
Again, yeah, in the area of the state that you are, I mean, that would become very, maybe in the future, but there just aren't the charging stations for you on the routes that you're taking. Yeah. Any idea? I mean, bookmobiles, you don't hear about them as much as you used to. How many are still running in the state of Minnesota? Do you have any idea, context-wise, what that yours is part of? How many that are still out there?
I know there are quite a few. I'm trying to remember. We have a map back at the office of how many, and I'm on the road, so I can't go look at it.
No, that's all right.
But I'm sure we have at least a dozen in the state. I know the Otter Tail County area, it's called the Viking Library System. They have one, and they are also looking at getting a new one. So we're kind of just collaborating together on ideas and stuff. Or we're going to start. I know they have one. I know the cities have a couple.
Well, that's good to hear that the bookmobile remains alive and well and rolling and getting everybody, but especially kids in the summer, still reading.
Yeah, and we have homeschool kids that we have come on here. We stop at we have a daycare center we stop at, and the kids get to come on for that. So. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining us. Anything else that you want to talk about that you're doing this summer?
We have a few places we're going to go. We're going to bring the bookmobile to the Carleton County Fair at one point. That's one we're looking forward to. We get to park there and just have people come through.
All right.
So we just do different outreach events.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us just to talk about this, because it's nice to hear that there are these long-standing things that have not gone extinct, that they remain viable in this day and age of internet and digital.
Yes, they do.
Getting a book, reading a book. All right.
Yes.
Mary Lee Barclay, thank you so much for joining us from the Arrowhead Library System. All right. There you go. We are going to go back to Jared Piepenburg now. We had some pretty active weather earlier on. It looks like, Jared, it looks like that not as active as it was earlier, but that it has the potential to be so again?
Yeah, for southern Minnesota, best potential out there. Everything's just kind of transitioned a little bit farther southward here, mainly south of the metro. Can't rule it out for the end of the day for the Twin Cities, but it looks like it'll hover a little closer to that border with Iowa and then into western parts of Wisconsin. Grab one of our cameras we have access to on the west side of Gull Lake here. It's been active at times. I've seen some jet skis or some boats just kind of cruising around out there. A little bit more cloud cover and maybe some folks cleaning up. I know at our cabin, which is a little east of here, family cabin, my cousin and my dad and uncle are chopping some trees down that went down with that storm from Monday that moved by midday. It was kind of, that one packed a punch across kind of cabin country in north central Minnesota on Monday. So today they're kind of cleaning up. Temperature at 76. These are your current conditions at Minneapolis. Dew point has been rising. It was at 62 about an hour and a half ago, now up to 65. That low south wind is going to continue to pull in more moisture. Check out those dew points across the southern half of the state, getting those mid and upper 60s. A few approaching at 70. Marshall 67, Owatonna 69. So this is all that level of moisture out there. So it's just right on the edge of being a little bit humid up in the Brainerd Lakes area through some cabin country, through Detroit Lakes, Alex as well. But southern Minnesota dew points are going to continue to rise closer to 70 before we finish out the day. And that's just fuel for those thunderstorms later on. Here's a view across the area. There's some spotty showers up over northern Minnesota. Thunderstorm activity right now pretty quiet, so nothing really happening. We're in kind of the transition time, or kind of a break in the action from this morning's thunderstorms, which spread across Wisconsin, to now we're going to watch for some activity down in the south. Quick little radar tour up north, few spotty showers just kind of cruising through the area around Hinckley, where we're watching the area here this evening. There's actually maybe a couple sprinkles happening right now. I point that out because town ball happening here this evening up over parts of eastern and northeastern Minnesota and Hinckley. Scattered showers and storms strolling out of parts of Iowa, but we're watching down in southern parts of the state for more activity as we close out the afternoon. Here's storm vision as we look at our risk of severe weather. I was just highlighting this a little bit ago, and if you're watching an hour ago, I was saying this will update right before lunchtime, and it looks like it'll likely trend down toward the south. And the Storm Prediction Center, government agency, the one that issues these and puts these out and tweaks them throughout the day. Latest guidance from models we've been sifting through this morning has been hinting at the best potential for strong thunderstorms to stay down in southern Minnesota. So that's what this map is. Think of it like a bullseye of best potential for strong to severe thunderstorms. And the higher you go up in these categories, it's kind of like that bullseye, better chance for that to likely happen. So can't rule it out for areas like Hutch, Fairfax, Marshall, Twin Cities, but it really looks like this will be the north end potential of the strong thunderstorms. Better shot will be down in parts of southern Minnesota, kind of hovering on that I-90 corridor through Highway 14 and then up into parts of Wisconsin. Key time frames, I think by the time these storms will likely develop here in the next couple of hours, and then they'll kind of puff up and get stronger more than likely, and more activity will occur by this evening. First part of the overnight hours, we'll be waving goodbye to a lot of this by closer to sundown or just after. In all modes of severe weather, and what we mean by that is there's potential of hail, wind, isolated tornadoes, and localized downpours within these storms as well. So that's how things are going to close out the day. So right now, those showers are kind of cruising out of the area. There's not a whole lot happening out there at the moment, or in the next couple of hours to be about the same. But eventually, a few thunderstorms start to fire back up, turning into a little bit more numerous thunderstorms is what I would say down in southern parts of the state. For the Twin Cities, I think we could come close. We'll probably have a chance at some of those to kind of clip our area, but a lot of this will likely just stay to the south in southern parts of the state, but still stay sky aware as we close out the day, because can't rule out that this will lift a little bit farther toward the north, but best potential now kind of flirting with southern parts of the state. There's 9 p.m. this evening, still staying mainly down in the south, transitioning out of the state as we head after sundown. Tomorrow, some sunshine. Looks like a beautiful summer day, especially if you be at a pool or swimming or something like that. Otherwise, it'll be AC for other folks. As we head toward the end of Thursday, some scattered showers and storms may move out of parts of the Dakotas. So the end of Thursday may feature that next chance, and that that will probably last Thursday night, maybe all the way into Friday morning. But most of the day on Thursday is looking pretty good for lake weather is what I would say. 84 today, so temperatures will continue to rise. We'll continue to feel that moisture being pumped into the area. We've got a chance of the strong thunderstorms before we finish out the day. That slowly tapers off throughout the overnight hours. The second half of just like think of after midnight, things are pretty quiet. We're humid out there. We're warm. Tomorrow, a hot day, right? Sunshine, humid, south winds, not a whole lot of air movement. Sometimes on those hot summer days, it's nice to have a little air movement, but if you're going to be in the lake, it's going to be really nice is what I would say for swimming. Hot, humid for tomorrow, 90 after our chance of severe weather for today. Town ball is in Hinckley. Still looks like we're ready to go as most of the thunderstorms will stay down toward the south. Late day showers and storms will be a possibility on Thursday. This will probably last into tomorrow, into Thursday night, Friday morning. Rest of Friday staying a little quieter. Your Saturday forecast for 4th of July activities looks a little unsettled during the day, meaning that we could have some interruptions in the form of scattered showers and storms. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't look like a dry day, but there will be chances scattered over the state on Saturday. Sunday, sunshine, mid-80s, and we'll hold on to those 80s and mostly sunny sky early next week with maybe a few storms along the way. It's just more of the same, kind of cookie cutter. Most days hot and humid, warm mornings, warm if not hot afternoons with off and on chances of scattered showers and storms.
All right, so again, stay sky aware in case things can change quickly.
Yes, exactly. So and it mainly looks to stay down in southern Minnesota for today, but can't rule it out for the metro. Of course, we'll be here with any updates as things get going later on.
All right. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. All right. Got to take a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to be talking town ball in Hinckley. We're going to check in maybe on that Empire State Building situation with 2 people climbing it. Trying to get more information on that. And World Cup soccer watch parties getting underway downtown Minneapolis. U.S. doesn't play till tonight, but the party's got to start now. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to All Day Live. The U.S. men's soccer team playing in the World Cup tonight against Bosnia-Herzegovina, 7 p.m. game here on Fox. Well, over on Fox, and we're streaming right now, but on Fox tonight. The party, though, is downtown. Don Mitchell is down there for us this morning. The party is underway because there's World Cup soccer going on now with England and the DR Congo, right?
Correct. England and Congo, and we were outside on Nicollet Mall earlier, but when England is playing, where do you go? You go to Brits, right? That's where you find the most adorable fans, let's just put it that way. And they just leveled it up 1-1, so England was trailing there for a little bit, Rob. So now it is a brand new ball game, as they say, and the fans here are loving it. A little intense right now because England's trying to take the lead, and they've had several chances. So, you know, when you're a fan, sometimes you get the die-hard fans, and some people are saying, I don't really know soccer that well. But I'm going to introduce you now to two fans that just adopted the sport, because why not, right? You got to go with the flow. So we have Andrea and we have Alex. So Andrea, I'm going to ask you first. So every time Alex goes to the bathroom, her team England scores. And I think that just happened today. So all of England can thank her.
Definitely can thank her. She's the reason they're in this game.
So why does that happen? Even with the Vikings? Is that what you said?
Happens with the Vikings too. Don't know what to tell you. That's just how it happens.
You should have done it maybe an hour ago and not had all these people freak out for a while.
You know, I like the drama. I like the drama.
So, Andrew, you were talking to me earlier, and you said, you know, we're not huge soccer fans, but we've adopted this team. Were you forced to adopt England since she's English?
I mean, a little bit, but we also are just big sports fans, so we just like to come watch sports, and we like to be in sporting environments mostly.
Yeah, and this is the best one. I mean, Brits is kind of a no-brainer to come to. Right?
For sure.
What has been, for you, the best part of this whole World Cup experience so far, that U.S. is hosting it and everything?
I've just been loving, like, watching on TV, learning about all these countries, learning about all the people. Everybody has a backstory, and you're just learning about new people, and I don't know, just unifying the world, I guess.
Have you learned any new soccer terms that you didn't know before in this past couple of weeks?
Yeah, she just told me there's a fullback. I didn't even know that was a thing in soccer.
And what does a fullback do?
Defense.
There you go. Awesome. What else did you have to teach her?
Well, I taught her that that's what I played in high school, was fullback.
Me too.
Heck yeah.
And then since I was also on the track team, my new coach came in and made me a midfielder. That mentality is different.
It's very different. What did you do in track?
In track, I did the 800 meters, the mile relay, and the high jump.
I was a triple jumper and a 400 runner. My dad's a head coach for track, and my godfather. Shout out Eastview.
Well, and let me tell you, if people don't know, when you're a soccer player, they have said that I think a female soccer player in high school and college runs at least 12 miles a game, if I'm recalling it correctly. So
I doubt that. Yeah.
Did you play a sport?
Softball, you run 90 feet.
No 12 miles for you per game.
No.
If you were telling fans tonight, now that the weather's getting better, and England is hit the post.
What was that?
Hit the post.
Yeah.
And she was here and not in the bathroom. Woo! I think. So now we just have to watch the whole game with you.
Yeah.
That's right. When she is live on Fox 9, it's not the bathroom, my friends.
Not the bathroom.
No, it's not the bathroom.
No.
All right, you guys, thank you so much. You're bringing us luck. Congratulations and joy. That is the best. I'm telling you, Brits, they can't leave now. They have to stay for USA. She has to stay out of the bathroom and live on Fox 9, Rob.
That's
we'll
great.
Send it back to you.
I take it, yeah, England just scored.
Correct. It is now 2-1 England. You'll hear the cheers. Everyone here at Brits, we found the right place to go, I think. So,
Yeah,
yes. I'm standing in the way of the replay, so
yeah,
you can see all the happy faces here.
86th minute of the game.
It was a pretty goal.
All right. Well, Donna, have fun down there.
All right.
All right.
All right,
keep
thank you
making
very
friends.
much. We'll keep you posted.
All right, we'll see you later. All right. Another event going on today is the American Sport of Baseball, Town Ball, our Town Ball tour going up to Hinckley today as they host the Quamba Knights tonight. Let's see. We want to bring in right now somebody who is a big part of the team, and that is announcer Tony Clark. How you doing?
Good.
Tony, right? Yeah.
Yep.
How long have you been the announcer for the Hinckley Knights?
This is my third year announcing for the Knights.
And how'd you get into that?
Actually, my good friend played for the Knights for many years. He has his jersey retired, and he talked me into doing it one night, and I kind of stuck, and I've done it ever since.
Just stuck, meaning you enjoyed it, and they liked what you did.
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. Go to all the games anyway, so it's actually more enjoyable to watch it from there.
I suppose, and if you're going to be there anyway, you might as well do that, and you already know everybody and know the team. Is there anything that you do specifically to try to make your announcing stand out from everybody else's?
Oh, I don't know. We try to do some special songs and some special things to keep it exciting. Change it up for whoever we're playing, and make sure we put our own little help for the Knights team against somebody else.
Yeah, well, a lot of Harry Carey or list them. They would come up with either catchphrases or certain ways of doing things. Have you worked on anything like that?
Yeah, we've been doing when the opposing team switches pitchers, we do the theme from Jeopardy. That's been our new thing this year.
What is it that you love most about small town baseball, especially the Knights?
I think it's just brings a bunch of people together that normally might not meet, might not see, and a bunch of fans together. Still 90% of this is all volunteers or people traveling from other towns that you might not meet or might not get to know. It's a great networking thing for business, for everything, and really everybody puts everything else aside and just watches some baseball, and it's free.
Yeah, the best kind, the best price.
Yeah.
The Knights have a pretty good history here. I was just looking at the stats. League champions 22 times between 1977 and 2023, and in the state tournament 26 times.
Yeah, Hinckley's been known for some great baseball over the years. They've had some really good runs of teams, and especially this year, they're Class A. They're in the top of the top for town ball, for playing the best teams around. And like I said, it's great baseball for free. You can come in for free, and I don't know where else you can go. You can feed your family for $30 and enjoy a free game of baseball. It's pretty good.
That's also good. I would imagine, you mentioned in it on the website too, again, a rich history of baseball in Hinckley. I mean, there's probably no problem year to year finding a roster to field.
Yeah, lately it's been more. I think it's been actually turning players away and trying to find the right team. We got guys traveling from quite a ways to play here now just because we're such a well-known team for good baseball.
That's great. The Quamba Cubs. Who are they? I mean, I know they're another kind of a conglomeration of small towns.
Yeah, not too far away from us. Actually, a big rival for the Knights. There's a lot of players that went to high school together or known each other for years, and it seems like Quamba always, for such a small town, they put together a great baseball team every year.
All right. Are you? Where are you right now? Are you in the announce booth or are you in the concession?
I'm in Judge Pub.
That's going to ask you who your buddy is.
We're just. I think he's already poured some beers today, and he's got a bunch of beers on tap and ready to see a crowd here this afternoon.
Yeah. So is Judd's Pub? Tell me about Judd's Pub. I mean, that's a place in town that then comes out to
Judd's
the ballpark?
Pub's right here at the ballpark. Yep. It's open for all the Legion games, all the Knights games.
Established in 2017.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been around for a bit. All the proceeds that Judd's Pub makes and goes to the Knights, which goes back into the field, which also goes, all the youth baseball in Hinckley is funded completely by the Knights. They pay the entry fees, they pay for the jerseys, they pay for the hats, for all the kids all the way up through the program that are coming up and hopefully eventually play for the Knights.
Yeah. How many beers has Judd got on tap?
8.
8 beers. Grain Belt I see on the wall. Any other good Minnesota names in that selection?
Castle Danger, Bell's Two Harbor, a couple of Minnesota ties there.
Yeah, fantastic. No hams.
We got hams in a can.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. 'Cause you can't be in across Greater Minnesota without coming across hams. It's good stuff.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. Lastly, anything you want to tell people if they're planning to come out to the game tonight? Anything to look forward to?
I think a lot of people are going to come to their first night's game, and I think a lot are going to come back. And hopefully this town ball thing keeps going and supports these ball fields and these small teams that really is a great thing for Minnesota and a great pastime that's families and people can just come enjoy right in their own backyards.
Yeah.
Come early and come often.
Yeah, and go visit Judd.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. Yeah, it's great history and heritage of town ball across Minnesota. Well, hopefully the weather doesn't get in the way tonight. Looks like it should be okay. And we'll have the
So far, so good.
Yeah, we'll have the Fox 9 crew up there later for town ball from
right.
Hinkley. All right. Thanks so much,
Thank
Tony
you.
Clark, the announcer. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Judd's Pub. That's where I'd be hanging out for sure. Again, town ball tonight. Our Fox 9 crew will be up there to bring you all the excitement from another great small town. And the field is it Henning Field? I shouldn't. Brennan Field. There we go. Another historic town ball site. Let's see. Before we head to break, another check on what are we doing?
No, you're coming to me.
Oh, coming to you.
Ignore the prompter.
The rundown is all.
I don't know where you are.
I
in
don't
the
know where I
rundown.
am either.
Wherever it is, it's wrong.
Well, I knew that. I was just trying to find out where else. I mean, because I'm trying to keep track. I don't know.
So I do really quick want to update you before we get into what I want to really talk about. World Cup and how that affects what we are doing here. We are going to join TV on air, like in progress in a bit. England is up 2-1. They're currently in stoppage time with a little over a minute left. So that means that we will not, if the score stays the same, we will not have PKs. There will be a bit of post-show, so it should be early in the 1 o'clock hour that we go on Fox 9 as well.
Okay.
So
they'll be joining our show in progress.
correct, and I'm going to have us. This is important for you because I'm still going to have us hit a couple stream commercial breaks.
Oh.
So
Well, you just tell me what to do.
What else is new?
I know you're good at that.
Update on the Empire State Building situation.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a very real engagement, and two notorious daredevils got engaged.
Yeah.
Here are some pictures from Angela's Instagram.
Angela would be the now engaged person.
Correct.
Okay.
Angela Nicolau, I think I'm saying that correctly. I'm not 100% confident, but now engaged to Ivan Burkus. I don't know who these people are, for the record.
No, but you found them on Instagram.
I found her Instagram, and these are some pictures that she posted literally, like you can see 22 minutes ago here. That's, of the actual proposal on top of the Empire State Building.
So maybe, you know what? So what appeared to be what I thought looked like almost like a firework out at an angle off the side of that platform before this happened.
Maybe it was her ring shining.
No, I think it was the camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there was something at an angle that almost looked like they're going to launch a big bottle rocket kind of thing. And I bet you it was this camera on a kind of a selfie stick sort of thing, or a mount on the side to capture this.
I bet that was it. You want to see the ring?
Sure.
Next pick. Look at that bling. Look at that bling.
Yeah. Well, she'll have to take it off when she's booked into jail.
It sounds like that's happening probably now.
But then we'll get it back. Fox 5 in New York, reporting that they're both in custody now.
Yeah.
So that will be it's a memorable engagement no matter what.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of charges they face, because the last thing that anybody there wants is for anyone else to try to do this. I mean, they take this very seriously because of the obvious danger that's involved here. And so they don't want people to see this and get inspired to do the same thing or elsewhere. So I would imagine, they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I do believe so. And according to ABC 7 in New York, there is actually already a documentary out on this couple. It's on Netflix. It was made in 2024, and it is called Skywalker's A Love Story. Somebody posted that in our newsroom Slack channel, and we were trying to decipher what the heck was going on out there. And I thought that they just made that up. They were like, oh, would be a funny title for a future documentary. Lo and behold, this documentary does exist. So if you're into these types of documentaries,
interesting.
You can learn the background on this couple that just got engaged today. So they're cute. They're real cute.
Yeah. The next photos we'll see are their mugshots. But
all right.
I'm just
saying. Don't be a hater.
I'm not being a hater. I'm just saying that it's pretty impressive what they did. It's really interesting. It's also highly illegal.
But yes, it is.
We don't.
I wanted to take the chopper shot live, but they flew away really fast. They panned down to the ground, and I am pretty confident that it was that couple getting taken into custody. There was a bunch of police, ambulance, cameras, and a big old loop around them. Yeah, I think they had quite the welcome back to the ground party.
Yeah.
So, still got an eye on the World Cup, Rob. Game is over. England wins 2-1. They're going to start doing their post-game wrap-up here, and we'll be back shortly. Before we hit another quick break here, I do want to do another call-out. Again, we're having a mental health and social media expert from the University of Minnesota come on in about 15 minutes to discuss, what really is the impact, what are the concerns around social media and mental health, specifically youth mental health. We're talking about this today because of the new law that's just gone into effect in the state, in Minnesota, that says social media platforms are supposed to be posting a warning for users every time they log on about the potential impacts that the platform might have on their mental well-being. We've heard that that's maybe not happening. So
yeah, Corin Hoggard is kind of looking into that.
Yeah,
and we're going to be talking to him in a few minutes too.
A bit pissed. So
they should be upset.
Yeah. So, but yeah, if you have questions for the expert on social media and mental health impact, what are the warning signs that you should be looking out for if you have children in your life and you're concerned about their mental well-being while using social media, what exactly should you be watching for? How does that work? Things like that, she can get you some answers.
Yeah. Interesting. So many questions here because it's so pervasive, and yet you do see the psychological effects on people.
Absolutely.
Where you have some people that whether it's sort of the addictive nature, may not affect their mental health in terms of depression, but it may affect them in terms of I can't put my phone down.
Yeah.
I had a friend last night say I deleted Instagram and Facebook from my phone because I just couldn't stop.
Yeah.
And
I know a lot of people that have been like that. I myself have a time limit. So at a certain time in the day, my phone cuts me off and I can no longer go on social media because I would find myself laying in bed when I should be going to sleep and I'm doom scrolling instead. And it was really bad for my mental health, and stopping it has made a huge improvement in my life.
And that's what the social media companies want. They want to keep you there.
Yeah. So if you got a question, shoot us an email, allday@fox.com. They're on your screen, easy to remember, allday@fox.com. Also, the email, funny because somebody emailed us something not related to this, but Barbara and Bruce, if you're still watching, they said, we think it's Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce climbing the Empire State Building.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you, if you haven't figured it out yet, that you were unfortunately wrong. They're busy prepping Madison Square Garden, okay?
Yeah, I don't think either one of them is going to attempt to do something like that. And plus, you know, they'd be in jail trying to get, you know, deal with that and get bailed out to make it to their party. You think that they would really
arrest Taylor Swift and Travis? No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. They could get away with anything.
Oh, they would.
Yeah.
They would arrest them.
All right.
Not for long. But
no,
yeah.
they wouldn't. Can you imagine them sitting in a regular old New York jail cell?
No. But if you want to teach somebody a lesson, don't climb the building.
TMZ would be all over that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a quick commercial break, come back, talk weather, talk social media and mental health, keeping an eye again on the World Cup. I'm also watching for Donald Trump out in North Dakota today.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library.
Yes,
being opened out in the Badlands. All right, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to All Day Live here on Wednesday afternoon. Town Ball Tour coming up tonight for Fox 9 in Hinckley. So we're watching the weather for that. At this point, everything's a go. But of course, you know, things can change, which is why we got Jared Piepenberg to tell us if that's going to happen. I mean, we certainly had a lot of stuff popping through earlier, and there's potential that later could be some more.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions about how the second half of today would end up panning out. What kind of these 2 rounds of strong thunderstorms this morning's would influence how this afternoon and evening pan out. And we had that weather move by this morning. The heaviest rain stayed down in the southern part of the state, and Winona down in the southeast right around here picked up around 2 inches. The south side of the metro was a little closer to the heavier rain, picked up around 1/4 inch plus in some places, where the north metro are measuring in maybe couple tenths maybe on the top end of that. So it was just mainly down in the south. And now we're kind of in the break of this morning's thunderstorms to what's on the way. So in between there, we're getting some sunshine. Dew points are rising, everything heating up, and eventually this will be just enough to destabilize the atmosphere in some areas and lead to another round of showers and storms as we go toward the later part of the day. A few spotty showers up in the north, but these are extremely minor interruptions. We're going to be up in Hinckley for Town Ball Tour today. There's maybe a couple sprinkles there, although at the moment pretty quiet, and looking off toward the west, pretty quiet. So hopefully it'll just kind of stay that way. It is shaping up to be that way for this evening. I mean, there could be some beautiful baseball weather. Metro's dry right now, mostly sunny sky. Up in northern Minnesota, as I said, there's just a few of those little spotty showers cruising on through. A little bit more cloud cover up north. You can just see that with the satellite image underneath there. Otherwise, down in northern parts of Iowa, a few showers and storms just kind of streaming really close to that border with southern Minnesota. We're going to be watching this area over the next couple of hours for thunderstorm development. Likely in the next, I would say, 2 to 3 hours, we're going to see more activity down south. And let's look at that with Futurecast. So here's the next couple of hours. About an hour from now, we may just have a few rumbles starting to pop up closer to that I-90 corridor where most of the state is looking to stay dry. Now, as we head toward late afternoon and closer into the evening, could become a little bit more numerous in terms of these isolated thunderstorms turning into a little bit more scattered thunderstorms. And then by this evening may turn into just kind of chunks or clusters of storms is the way this is shaping up as we head toward this evening. Now, by late afternoon, evening hours, that's when we may start to see some of these starting to produce some larger hail, some gusty winds, maybe an isolated tornado and some very heavy rainfall as well. And if this lines up this direction where these storms are just tracking over that same area, call it like training, almost like think of like train cars going over that same area. Heavy downpours of rain could lead to maybe some overland flooding and just basically all modes of severe weather will be a possibility here for southern Minnesota before we finish out today. The Twin Cities, we still have the chance of muscular storms to severe storms here before we finish out today. But the trend this morning after this morning's weather moved on through is to keep a lot of this activity just south of the metro, close to that I-90 corridor in northern parts of Iowa. Now here's the late evening. This is closer to sundown for us. There's 9 p.m. Futurecast still painting the picture of scattered showers and storms down in southern and southeastern Minnesota and then spreading into parts of Wisconsin. Now this may not look exactly like this, but this has been the trend over the past few hours to keep the storms basically just south of the Twin Cities. Now again, can't rule it out. So just stay sky aware this evening that the Twin Cities may end up having the scattered showers and storms, but a lot of this activity may line up just to the south. But anyone tuning in from southern Minnesota, you have a little better potential to have that happen. Tomorrow, though, after today's in this evening's weather, looks like a really quiet day. Most of the day, it's going to be hot and humid. It'll be a great day to be out on the lake because it's going to be barely any wind out there. Sunshine, humid weather will top off close to 90. Beautiful summer weather for lake goers. As we head toward tomorrow evening into tomorrow night, another round of scattered showers and storms will start to move on through, and we'll continue kind of the same weather pattern where parts of each day somewhere in the state may feature a storm or the potential for storms. Back to this evening, though. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, this is a risk of severe weather. Think of it like a bullseye where best potential is in that higher number. Down in southern Minnesota, it's kind of that trend where likely they're going to have the best potential for severe weather. Again, all modes, meaning strong winds, hail, heavy downpours and isolated tornadoes can't be ruled out. The Twin Cities in that level 2 risk, just meaning that the best potential is to the south of us, can't be ruled out up here. I would say once you get north out of the metro in northern Minnesota, although that is a marginal risk, probably going to see everything stay down toward the south. Back to the day, though. Chance of storms here before we finish out the day. We'll get warm and muggy before we finish out our Wednesday. Tomorrow, hot, humid, barely any wind out there. I mean, that's a gorgeous day to be in the water or in the pool for tomorrow. Maybe you got the day off. It'd be a beautiful one to go find the local body of water, maybe enjoy that or run through the sprinkler with the kiddos. Scattered showers and storms move out of the Dakotas late in the day, and some of that may last into Friday morning with some rumbles out there. And then just kind of cookie cutter forecasts with warm overnight lows, daytime highs mainly peaking in the 80s. Your 4th of July forecast, I would say, probably have a mix of sun and clouds out there, and at times maybe some rain or some thunder showers and thunderstorms. It looks like just kind of scattered across the day, across the state as well for Saturday. So as we get a little bit closer, we'll hopefully be able to narrow that down of how that's really panning out. But it just looks unsettled on Saturday, just meaning that it won't be dry, probably won't be a washout, but there will be storms probably on the radar across the area on your Saturday. Sunday, 85, 88 Monday, 88 on Tuesday. So again, more of the same. Summer-like forecast coming up here, but we're going to keep an eye on the next couple of hours here and the rest of the evening as anything starts to develop and how that will play out for the rest of our evening as well.
All right, a lot of heat, a lot of moisture, basically, in whatever form it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Let's see, a new law that went into effect in Minnesota today related to social media, and this is similar to other warnings you might see in other products. A requirement that social media platforms operating in Minnesota are supposed to show a warning outlining mental health risks every time somebody opens the app and logs in. A warning that can't be removed until you either acknowledge the warning or you log out of that social media platform to state mental health impacts and risks. But is it functioning yet? Corin Hoggard looking into this today because, Corin, as of earlier this morning when I talked to you, you didn't see any evidence that this was actually in use yet.
Nope, that law took effect today, but did it really? Because nobody's posting those labels. Actually, found what the state settled on for that warning label. It's supposed to say the state of Minnesota requires this message. Some studies have shown that too much social media use is linked to increased mental health symptoms, including anxiety and depression, as well as harm to diet, sleep, and body image. If you need help, call or text 988 or visit 988lifeline.org. Now, the tech companies didn't want to do that, said that this is a violation of free speech rights. It basically forces them to give the government's message out. And they say that the science doesn't actually support this. We'll say that there have been some pretty extensive scientific studies that do support this statement. In fact, that statement might be tame based on what those studies have found. But there is a court case they have filed against the state of Minnesota. And at the moment, even though there's no judge's ruling saying that they can not post this, the Attorney General's office just told me that they have agreed not to enforce this law until a judge tells them that they should. It's kind of similar to what's happened in Colorado. In Colorado, they actually have an injunction against their warning label, but theirs was a little bit stronger than this. And there are a couple other states, New York and California, that are about to implement these rules, but have not yet. So Minnesota kind of laying the groundwork for other states potentially doing this. A lot of the folks say this is like when big tobacco fought labels.
Yeah. So, this is essentially now on hold for an undetermined amount of time?
Yep. The big tech folks, NetChoice is the company or the lobbying arm of a lot of these big tech companies. And they have this lawsuit. They asked the judge to make a decision just last week. The judge didn't do that, but the Attorney General's office agreed to postpone any enforcement until the judge says, go ahead and enforce it.
Yeah, and you wonder too, from a tech company standpoint, how you have that come up. It'd have to be geographically based. The users in Minnesota where it would come up, but not another place. That would seem to be a technical difficulty. Of course, they're big tech. Smart people, but you wonder if that might be also part of their protest to this.
They know where you are. Look at your
they do.
Google Maps or your Apple Maps. They know where your phone is, unless you're using something to disguise your location. They know where you are. And that was kind of the argument for another social media law that passed this year. The warning label one passed last year. There's one that passed this year that said, kids under 16 shouldn't be able to access a lot of these, what they would call addictive features. And instead of forcing children to submit documentation or anybody submit documentation to prove their age, they said, hey, big tech, you guys already kind of estimate how old people are. If you think by your estimation they're younger than 16, you have to block them from this addictive feature.
We want to take a moment to welcome those who are watching the World Cup into our All Day Live. We have been streaming on the Fox local app and on our website and on YouTube. Now joining our show in progress as the World Cup coverage on Fox Network has ended, at least for now. We were talking with Corin Hoggard here about a new law that was set to go into effect today about warning labels on social media. That are not popping up because that is on hold as it becomes sort of a legal process here. So, Corin, any idea how long it could be that this legal process plays out before we have a resolution as to whether we will see these warning labels on social media platforms?
Yeah, that's not really calendared at this point, and I would say that we are several months, if not a year, behind the Colorado case. that hasn't been resolved at this point. Although there are some differences in the cases, they are relatively similar. And I would say that we are several months, if not a year, behind the Colorado case that hasn't been resolved at this point. Although there are some differences in the cases, they are relatively similar. And so, I think we'd have to look to what happens in Colorado, and kind of that would be our hint as to what would happen in this case here in Minnesota as well.
Okay, but at this point, even despite that was supposed to start today, you're not seeing these labels on social media accounts. Corin, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Up next here, we still trying to get some questions here for a social, if you want to call her a social media expert. This is an assistant professor at the University of Minnesota in science, and let me get the exact title here, in science and engineering. Where did I put my notes? It is over on this side. Pardon me. College of Science and Engineering, looking at human-centered artificial intelligence, kind of looking at the intersection of what you can do with some of this technology, how it can be developed or changed in ways that are more beneficial to mental health, that you're getting good advice, especially from AI, and not getting things that are sending you further down a dark path. If you have any questions that you want us to ask here, we're going to start this interview here in a minute, all day at fox.com. So let's bring in Dr. Stevie Chancellor, assistant professor at the University of Minnesota, College of Science and Engineering. Very interesting here that, you come from a science and engineering perspective. As you look at social media, the internet, and artificial intelligence. What has been the focus of your research on this to this point?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rob. The work that I do focuses on the effects that AI can have on mental health and well-being in social media, and how we can build systems to more safely support and understand how people use social media and what we can do to make platforms safer. We do a lot of work on building new algorithms or AI techniques or new interfaces to help people choose to make better choices on platforms.
Yeah, and so this would be, whether in AI algorithms used on social media platforms, right? I mean, what you're saying is that people might be using, whether it's an AI program itself or the algorithms on social media, that may lead people the wrong direction?
Yeah, I love this question. AI has kind of seeped into so many parts of our interaction with technology. So when I'm talking about AI on social media, I'm not talking about chatbots or any kind of conversational partners you might have to help you do work or find information. I'm talking about the algorithms that are powered by AI that sort and curate content and make recommendations for you of who to connect with and what to see.
And how have you, and again, I know your expertise is not in, say, psychology and that part of it, but what have you seen in your research that suggests that this may contribute to mental health concerns?
So as somebody who really likes to build technology that helps people use social media more safely, we've done interviews with over 50 people at this point about their use of social media for mental health and well-being, and how those AI algorithms affect their health. So while I'm not a psychologist, I do talk to a lot of people about their mental health and how social media affects it. What they've told us is that social media is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's destigmatized a lot of problematic content that they would have trouble getting access to. So people who are embarrassed or feel stigma for reaching out to a provider or talking about mental health. Social media gives them a really good avenue of learning about mental illness. On the other hand, people get really frustrated by the features that algorithms have forced on them, like infinite scroll and uncontrollable AI systems that get them stuck in these rabbit holes. One of our participants called it a dopamine slot machine. And I love this term because I think it exemplifies a lot of the experience we have of scrolling and wanting to get a video that boosts your mood and increases your dopamine, right? but then you continue to scroll and maybe you get stuff that's actually really not good for you in this moment. 45 minutes later, you look up and you're like, wait, what have I been doing for the last 45 minutes? And you don't feel good about that experience.
What do you look at in your research then as to, how those effects, the dopamine slot machine and, the doom scrolling, et cetera, at what that can then lead to in terms of further dangerous or concerning behaviors?
Yeah, so we've talked to participants who have told us about their experiences with dopamine slot machine like behaviors, doom scrolling, algorithms they can't control. Many of them get fundamentally really frustrated and annoyed that they can't get the content off of their feed that really hurts them. But other people talk about that content maybe bringing emotions or experiences up that they're not ready to yet confront. And I don't use this word lightly, but for some of our participants with more severe mental illness, they talk about becoming triggered from the content that is on social media, such that they might have a relapse within an eating disorder or within post-traumatic stress disorder. And I worry about the design of these platforms for people who are already more vulnerable to mental illness, as well as people who may not be as mindful about the effects that AI algorithms can have on their mood and well-being.
We do have a question from a viewer here. I will not share her name here in case she wants to keep some privacy here, but identifying herself as a grandmother of 4 who has concerns about her grandchildren. Let's see, that they cannot focus, observe changes as they move from hours staring at a screen, trying to function in front of people. That there are a lot of concerns about how much time they're spending and how it affects their behavior, human interaction or otherwise, afterwards, and says, we feel helpless to guide and educate our kids and our grandchildren. What do they do?
Yeah, so when I talk to parents and grandparents and caregivers of kids, 3 big things come up. 1, I always encourage parents and caregivers to lead with curiosity. What's going on social media? What makes it so appealing? And why especially do teens want to be on these platforms? Often they resemble a lot of the things that we experienced in high school. We want to know what's cool. We want to see what our friends are doing. Except the venue for this is not just the high school hallway, it's now social media. So get curious about what your kids are doing. 2, the American Academy of Pediatrics has fantastic guidelines about screen time limits and the kinds of high quality content that benefit kids when they're on. And so I would make different recommendations for toddlers and preschool age children about the amount of screen time that's appropriate, whether or not they should have a device, and what kind of access they have to the open internet. That's very different than what I would recommend to a teenager. The third thing I always like to talk about is that screen time should never displace family time and activities that bring us joy. Going outside and running around the park, going for a walk and doing exercise, socializing at the dinner table, right? Our family, and I've got young kids, we have a no screens at dinner. My kids are 5 and 2. They don't understand what that means yet, but I want them to know that mom and dad are really excited to talk to them every day over dinner, and it makes it something that is a moment of connection rather than a point for us to disconnect and move on with our day.
Okay, so looking ahead here, how do you envision that your research in creating human-centered AI, in helping change the algorithms to be less harmful, how do you implement that in the real world? How do you take your research and convince, say, tech platforms to actually incorporate that?
No, that's a really important question. And I think that there's many levers we have to encouraging tech companies to think about the research to make changes. One is showing fundamentally that it works, right? We need to show that the changes that we make to algorithms are going to be helpful for people's well-being and that people are going to use them. The other thing that I think is really important and is not talked about that often is identifying the risks if tech companies don't make these changes. There's more and more reports now about the damaging effects that social media can have on well-being for vulnerable people. And if they don't make these changes, one of the strategies I've started using is talking about the risks that they might have in continuing to have highly addictive algorithms, infinite scroll, overly stimulating videos. The third lever that we have is policy, like the Minnesota warning label that's supposed to be on social media. I didn't see it this morning. Doesn't seem like it's getting implemented right now. Policy levers are actually really valuable to getting tech companies to comply with guidelines that society has deemed really important.
All right. We could go on and on here, but we have to wrap it up now. This is just, it is a topic that has so many different layers and avenues to it to explore, and it's not going away. Dr. Stevie Chancellor at the University of Minnesota Science of College and Engineering, thank you for sharing your research and your work, and I'd love to check back with you in the future to see what further results you've gathered.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, Rob.
All right. Appreciate it so much. Let's see. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, looking at the weather today, things were a little active this morning. They could, again, get a little active later on today, but constantly changing. It is that time of year where, with this kind of heat and humidity and air movement, things get even more unpredictable. We're going to check in with meteorologist Jared Piepenberg when we come back.
Good afternoon. Here's a view up in the Brainerd Lakes area on Gull Lake, getting more and more active as the sun is starting to show itself a little bit more. It was kind of cloudy over the past hour or so, but some folks enjoying some time, maybe down on the beach, and cabin goers maybe had the week off or just getting up there, enjoying some warm, humid weather. At 78 at the airport in the Twin Cities, 65 for the dew point, south winds at 14. Dew points continue to rise, and you notice it's starting to feel a little bit warmer than it is. 78, feeling like 80 windy out there with that south wind at 14 and dew points in those mid-60s. Dew points have been rising over the past couple of hours. This morning was around 62 at the airport, but a few other areas were in the 60s not too long ago. Now dew points are closer to 70, so starting to get on that pretty muggy feeling air, especially in southern parts of the state. And this is just all a measure of moisture, so fuel for potential showers and storms that are expected to fire up here in the next few hours. Right now, for most of Minnesota, pretty quiet. Just a quick little tour of what's going on. Up north, we've had a few showers over the past few hours. A lot of that's tapered off, just turning into a little cloud cover here and there. Zooming out region-wide, scattered showers and storms still move across parts of northern Iowa. Non-severe weather right now, so it's just mainly some rain with maybe a few rumbles down just south of us. But we're watching this area down in the southwest. We're starting to see a few of these thunderstorms just start to pop up, these isolated storms, and likely will continue to track across southern Minnesota. So let's walk through Futurecast here over the next few hours and see, show you what I've been seeing for potential of severe weather here before we finish out the day. So here's about a half hour from now. Some of those storms start to roll into southern parts of Minnesota as we head toward the late afternoon into the evening hours, becoming just isolated to maybe scattered showers and storms. The best potential for severe weather will stay down in the southern part of the state. We may have a few scattered showers and storms up in the lakes area, likely to be non-severe, where best potential for strong and muscular storms will be down in the south. For the Twin Cities, there's a chance here that will come close to those scattered showers and storms, but the latest trend over the past few hours, which we've been seeing, is just keeping this mainly down in southern Minnesota. Now, as we head into mid-evening, that's where I think these storms will turn from these isolated storms to just kind of developing and blossoming more into these scattered showers and maybe clusters of storms producing some hail, some strong winds, maybe an isolated tornado or two, and some potential of torrential rainfall out there as those dew points are rising. And as these storms continue to track potentially over the same area, call that training, where it's almost like they're lining up in a line and going over and over, that we may have some overland flooding or flash flooding to watch out for if that ends up panning out. Now, as we head toward mid to late evening, a lot of these storms will stay down in southern Minnesota, track into parts of western Wisconsin as well, and we'll start to wave goodbye after sundown to the potential of severe weather. Behind this tomorrow, mostly sunny sky here for the Twin Cities. Should be a dry day most of your Thursday. Warm, humid weather. It'd be a great day to be at the lake or out in the pool, but late in the day, watch for things to break down. So that's why in this forecast, even though it's like feeling like summer, humid, hot days, warm, muggy days, still got to keep stay sky aware as things could break down each day at some point somewhere in the state. And tomorrow we'll be watching for some of those to slide out of North Dakota. But let's go back to today. Storm Prediction Center has best potential for severe weather, that level 3. My cousin and I talk about this. It's not a meteorologist. It's like, what does that mean? Just think of it like a bullseye. So best potential will be in that higher number for severe weather out there. And again, kind of all modes of severe weather, from strong gusty winds to large hail, heavy downpours as those storms potentially track over the same areas, and may have a few isolated tornadoes as well. So best chance for severe weather stays down in southern Minnesota. This level 2 just means we're still watching this area here, as there is that potential for those storms to creep up maybe toward the Twin Cities and eastward, but better shot will be down in the south. That level 1, I would say everything's just mainly going to stay down toward the south. So cabin goers up north should have a quiet evening, but there's a potential for maybe a stray shower storm, but severe weather will stay down in southern Minnesota. Your Wednesday forecast here, oh, that looks like fun. It's out enjoying the lake. There's not a whole lot of wind out there. Just stay skyware, especially in southern Minnesota here. 84, it's muggy, it's humid. Chances of storms stay mainly toward the south. Your Thursday forecast for the metro, 90, bright, sunny day, hot and humid, barely any wind. So I said tomorrow will be a good day to go for a swim or run through the sprinkler, slip and slide if you can find one of those still. But we're watching the chance for late day storms here as we're kicking off July. Your July 2nd, hot, chance for storms late in the day. Better shot will be overnight for the metro and then into Friday morning. Those move on out. The rest of your Friday, warm, humid weather. 4th of July does not look dry right now. It does not look like a washout, but looks unsettled. Right now I'm seeing the potential of just off and on chances of showers and storms here and there throughout the day. As we head toward the late parts of the weekend, maybe we have early next week off as well. More of the same. 80s, sunny, humid weather may come with a few storms along the way.
No, looks good to me. I like it. Yeah, appreciate it, Jared.
You got it.
All right, later on today, the Fox 9 Town Ball Tour continues our Summer of 26 tour. The third stop is in Hinckley. Should have been our fourth. We had one rain out, so that's why we've been watching the weather closely today to make sure this one can go on as planned. So going to Hinckley tonight to watch the Hinckley Knights host the Quamba Cubs. Let's bring in another guest here to talk about it. It is the third baseman of the Knights, Corey Schmidt, joining us now. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. You've been on the team, a few seasons now?
I think this is my 6th season now.
Oh, very good. I was looking up your stats, and I only found the last couple of years, so I wasn't sure. It didn't say. So what was it that compelled you to join this team, to play as part of Town Ball? A lot of people want to be part of that.
So I started out over just east of St. Cloud, playing for Clear Lake and Clearwater. That was fresh out of high school. I had a couple buddies that played for Clear Lake. They convinced me to come out and play, so joined that crew over there for my first couple seasons, then moved out here to this area of the state and sought out a couple teams, looked into kind of where I wanted to be, and got up into Hinckley for one of their invitational tournaments they had going on. And this environment that we have here, the program that we run here, it's the best thing there is in Town Ball, in my opinion.
Yeah, and what is it about, Town Ball, across the state of Minnesota? I think you see this in other places. I don't think to the extent that we see this in Minnesota, where you have these town teams giving people an opportunity to continue to play competitive baseball and giving the folks in the community something to cheer for all summer.
Yeah, it's a really next level thing. I didn't really know it early on when I started playing amateur baseball, how big it was in Minnesota. Having met some of my friends from college just out of different states, it's just really not the same as it is in Minnesota. I mean, there's something in the 200 plus teams in Minnesota, and even in some of our neighboring states, there's just nowhere near the same.
Yeah. And people should know that it may be a town baseball team, but that doesn't mean it's not extraordinarily competitive.
It is. It's a very competitive game. I would put it up there with some lower level college baseball as far as how competitive it is. There's consistently guys getting on the mound that are throwing in the mid to upper 80s with good stuff on the mound. There's guys that hit the ball at any baseball park that they play in. So it's really high level baseball, and it's super fun.
Yeah. You have any favorite things that happen in that particular ballpark there? I mean, are there any traditions, or are there any moments that stick out to you? Or, because every field has got its own character and personality.
I think the only things that really stick out a ton is how much we host a lot of tournaments. So it's a lot of good opportunity to be around our squad, and we got a nice clubhouse that's been around for a long time. So we spend our time hanging out as a crew in there between tournament games when we're working on the field and getting stuff done. So I'd say just the time with the guys, that's the real special.
All right.
We have.
Makes it fun. First pitch at what time tonight?
7:30.
All right. Well, good luck taking on the Quamba Cubs tonight for Town Ball. This is Corey Schmidt, third baseman for the Hinckley Knights. Thanks. All right, let's see. Town Ball tonight. Don't forget to watch here on Fox 9. Always a fun time. It's great to see what these small towns do, too, not only for the baseball game, but for the broadcast as well. The other sport going on, as you're well aware, is the World Cup. Big game earlier today, another one this afternoon, and a big one tonight as the U.S. takes on Bosnia-Herzegovina. Dawn Mitchell's downtown Minneapolis at the World Cup watch party outside of Britt's Pub. We're going to talk to her again coming up next.
Feeling overwhelmed with a
right, welcome back to All Day Live on this Wednesday. Earlier today, you saw the World Cup match between England and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Got another game coming up here at 3, and of course the U.S. men's team playing tonight in prime time. Dawn Mitchell, who's worthy of all the prime time you can give her, down at the World Cup watch party outside Brits. Pretty fun crowd out there in the middle of the day, isn't it?
Well, you know, earlier when the England game was going on, you saw us up at Brits having a great time. And when it's Brits and England and they're down 1-0 for most of the game, for them to level it up and then come out and win it with like 3 change left, the place was euphoric. And now it is like a church. It is very quiet. People are getting their lunch or something, or getting their breaks in between, because next up will be Belgium and Senegal. That's on at 3 o'clock. And like you said, USA and Bosnia, hers is coming up after that. But, you know, behind us, we got to give a little bit of props to, you know, the home guys here, Minnesota United. So they're the ones hosting this party downtown. Just love to see them. We'll see them after the World Cup is over. And I love this. I'm carrying around the trophy as if I won one. And Rob, there's like a couple of #1 fingers and all this other stuff for you if you so choose. But so there's just a little lull in the crowd here, but the majority of English fans, when we saw them earlier, there's this one guy, Bobby, he was sad. He was like, you know, England is playing kind of like the team has played all along, just sad and dreary like the morning was. And I wish I could circle back and find him. He's gone, because then his team came back and won. So, you know, he said it's just like us Brits. We're kind of down in the mouth about our team, but I mean, they came back and beat Congo, so a lot of happy fans up the top there.
Yeah, and, you know, this is the time when the emotions get a little stronger, because it's, you know, the knockout round, right? I mean, it's you lose, you go home.
It is, and we've seen it with the games just prior, you know. Everyone invests in the World Cup. We've seen so many, whether it's the Scottish people in Boston, you can go to any city in the U.S., and the people coming out from Europe, they're just so invested. And it's fine, because, yeah, all right, we might have lost, but we survived to the next round. Now, like you said, you lose and you're done.
A civil authority has issued required monthly test for the following counties or areas. Minnesota, at 1:46 p.m. on July 1, 2026, effective until 2:46 p.m. This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcaster stations in your area and Minnesota Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. This concludes a test of the emergency alert system. Test no action required.
Oh, yeah. You're ready. You're looking. You know, you got to represent, my friend. Yeah, the Congo did awesome. Congrats to you. See, we need that joy, Rob. That's what I'm talking about. There's not that many people here at PV, but she spices it up and brings the love. I love, there's just a few Congo fans that are out here all day, but they were dancing and singing, and that made me feel so much better. So it was not making the English fan feel better when the guy from the Congo was dancing and singing around him, but I guess he got the last laugh.
I guess. But anyway, just to finish out, they had moved some people out of the lower part of the plaza because of cracks.
Yeah, no one has been down here all day. Little cracks in there. When we were here early this morning, you could see some rain that was kind of pooling up in areas, but I mean, the water was pooling up from the rain, but you don't really see it now. There's no major breaks that we can see from here, but we've been told that there is some cracks We have not seen anyone over there.
Okay.
But, we're standing right here, and it seems to be okay. But they've sectioned some things off, but the majority of people are right here on Nicollet Mall, right in front of Brits and all the stores here. And that's where the majority of the tables are set up and the big screens. So they just moved it up the stairs a little bit. But
all right.
Let me tell you, if you're thinking about coming down here, everyone should, because the weather is great. The setup is perfect. It's really easy to get through. So you should come on down and get things rolling.
I imagine you'll see some people starting to show up soon here for the 3 p.m. game of Belgium and Senegal. So, all right, Dawn, thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have fun down there. I got to take another quick break here. When we come back again, looking at the weather here, how it might impact your outdoor viewing of the World Cup, or if you're going to Town Mall in Hinckley, or whatever you're doing going into the holiday weekend. Jared Piepenberg will be up next when All Day Live continues. All right, welcome back to All Day Live. Jared Piepenberg just checking things out there. As that radar keeps a rolling, and a lot of stuff to the south and off to the east, and keeping an eye on what might pop up yet across the state.
Yeah, so we just kind of have this frontal boundary just kind of setting up shop over parts of Iowa, extending into southern Minnesota and across Wisconsin. The low pressure system's way up here. You can kind of see how that's pinwheeling with some scattered showers with the moisture wrapping around it. And today we've kind of had the south and southeast winds slowly trying to bring that moisture back in the area. If you haven't been outside in a little while, starting to get pretty humid, especially down in southern Minnesota. Some dew points already reaching above 70. So that's just all fuel for potential rain and thunderstorm development this afternoon. Things are pretty quiet on the radar right now, but starting to see a few of these just isolated storms pop up in northern parts of Iowa. So really close to the border. Eventually this will start to fill in as we go to the close of the day. And you'll see that with Futurecast. Kind of what's popping up down there will start to cross over the border near that I-90 corridor in the next couple of hours. And then by late afternoon in the evening, there's the potential to see kind of numerous thunderstorms setting up in southern parts of the state, turning into potential of clusters of storms. And that's when I think as we head toward this evening or earliest maybe late afternoon, so next couple of hours, but especially by 5-6 p.m. we'll likely see kind of the better potential for a lot more thunderstorm activity in southern parts of Minnesota. And will be all modes of weather as well. So potential for strong gusty winds within these, torrential rainfall as as these storms may track over those same spots over and over, and then some large hail, and can't rule out a few tornadoes as well. So that's mainly going to stay down in southern Minnesota. By late evening, overnight hours, this kind of transitions eastward, rolls out of the state tomorrow. Looks like a pretty sunny day until late in the day. A few storms roll out of parts of the Dakotas to close out our Thursday, but Twin Cities looks to stay dry, and a big chunk of cabin country will be dry all day long as well. Just got to watch for things to change up later on Thursday. Back to today, though, severe risk. This is kind of our map of best potential of severe weather. The higher this number goes up, the better chance of that occurring, and this is just kind of like a bullseye. Best shot for the severe weather will be down in southern parts of the state, then track across parts of Wisconsin. Key time here for severe weather will be this evening into around midnight, but by midnight a lot of this will be kind of our eastern edge in parts of Wisconsin. So call it an enhanced risk. All you have to know is just that the best chance for severe weather will be down in southern Minnesota. Can't be ruled out for the Twin Cities, but we may potentially just stay just north of that area. So today we're warm, we're humid this afternoon before we finish off the day, but watch for things to break down in southern parts of Minnesota with the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms. Hot tomorrow, 90, humid. Chance of storms late in the day. Better chance will be overnight for the metro into Friday morning. A few rumbles to wake up to on Friday. That moves on out, leaving us with another warm, if not hot, humid day. 4th of July looks a little unsettled. Mid-80s with a few showers and storms scattered throughout the state throughout the day. That's what I mean by unsettled. It doesn't look like a washout, but you may want to just check on the radar for a lot of folks will be out and about. Otherwise, 80s linger for the rest of the forecast with pretty warm overnight lows. Rob?
All right. Thanks so much, Jared. Appreciate it. A couple minutes left here in the show, about 90 seconds actually, and Amber is just reading more.
Yeah, a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just doing, math ain't my strong suit here.
No,
okay?
same. I had Master Control tell me my one break was like 1 minute and 45 seconds plus 50 seconds, and I was like, girl, what does that equal?
Yeah, can you give me the total, please? Yeah.
60 seconds here. I need advice. Can I wear USA-themed stuff to the 4th of July World Cup game in Philadelphia when USA is not playing?
Yes, because it's the 4th of July, and you're in Philadelphia,
I know.
which is,
I just
Liberty
feel weird
Bell
about it.
Why would you?
Can I bring these back? My little USA cowboy earrings.
Yep.
And I've got red stripes on my. Can you kind of see it?
I do
red
like
stripes.
the pants. I mean,
Thank
they're
you.
kind of hard to show off here on the camera, but they're fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, maybe I'll send a fit pic. OOTD.
Get one of the Stars and Stripes cowboy hats too. Can you do that?
I've been thinking about it.
It would work.
All right.
You could rock that.
20 seconds, Rob, as we go to break. Live look in Philly because it's all I'm thinking about. I'm hopping on a flight tomorrow morning. I'm out of here.
Wow. Well, enjoy the weekend.
Look how beautiful.
Yeah, enjoy
it's gonna
the
be
World
104
Cup
there.
game.
Brutal.
Oh boy. All right.
You'll see Rob tomorrow.
Yep,
Not
I'll
me.
be back tomorrow. Courtney Godfrey's up next at All Day on Fox Local.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox 9 All Day. I'm Courtney Godfrey. Well, plenty to cover today, so we're going to jump right into it. President Trump is in western North Dakota today for the dedication of the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in Medora. The $450 million museum celebrates the 26th president's life and legacy ahead of its public opening on July 4th. Trump is expected to deliver remarks during the ceremony, and that is expected to start in a few minutes. As soon as it starts, we will take you there. Let's jump into weather, too, because we have some severe alerts happening across the region. Southern Minnesota especially is expecting to get some heavy rain. Jared joins me now. Jared, what's going on in the metro right now?
Things are pretty quiet right now, but we're just kind of watching for things to change as we go to the close of the day. This is one of our cameras up north. I know a lot of folks head up north here this week. I know many people have been up there already. Some sunshine. It was a little cloudier this morning. There are just some puffy cumulus clouds, but pretty nice. People have been just sitting down at the beach here on the west side of Gull Lake. Here's your current conditions at the airport in the Twin Cities. We're at 79. Dew point continues to rise. About 3 hours ago, dew point was in the lower 60s, now up to 67. So it's getting more and more humid out there, and south wind sitting at 13 miles per hour. And as the dew points rise and temperatures rise, it just feels a little bit hotter out there as well. We're up north is what I would say is just right on that edge of feeling the moisture. We're down in southern Minnesota. Dew points are a lot higher. So it's starting to be that air you can wear with lower 70 dew points. Not as high as what we had on Monday, but we're getting back up into the 70s, which is just very sticky for us this far north. Things are pretty quiet on the radar. We're asking, Courtney, like, what's going on with the Twin Cities and down south? Things are quiet at the moment. We're going to just do a little radar tour. Up north had some spotty showers for a little while. Here's a 3-hour loop. Now everything kind of tapered off, just some clouds here and there. We're watching Hinckley because that's where we're going to be for the town ball tour here this afternoon. Things should be pretty good as any thunderstorm development is going to be sliding out of parts of Iowa. And that's what we're seeing right at the moment as well. So we're going to zoom in a little bit closer because we're finally starting to see there's some isolated to scattered activity in northern parts of Iowa, but there's these little particular storms that I think are just going to slide in the southern parts of the state here and continue here as we head into the next multiple hours. So as we walk through futurecasts, expecting those storms to kind of hover over the border here and become maybe just isolated to numerous as we head into the late afternoon, evening hours, just starting as we're just say regular old thunderstorms for a little while here, producing some rain, some rumbles, maybe some small hail. But as the rest of the late afternoon, evening hours wear on, expecting these storms to just kind of blossom into larger clusters of storms. And that's when I think they'll become a little bit more powerful. And that's when we'll have this evening that potential to produce some large hail, some pretty gusty winds. There's the potential of isolated tornadoes and torrential rainfall as well. The dew points are so high now that's just fuel for some heavier rain. And if these storms just continue to track over the same areas, that's where just one storm goes over it, one storm goes over it, and then you're just going to have that rain and rain and rain that we'll have to watch out for. So kind of all modes of severe weather will be possible in southern Minnesota before I finish out the day. Now for the Twin Cities, there's hints of being just north of this. Can't rule out that, so stay sky aware here this evening, but best potential of severe weather will stay down in southern Minnesota and then spread across Wisconsin. If you're wondering about tomorrow, looks like some sunshine most of the day. It'll be hot, humid, barely any winds. Late in the day, we'll watch for some scattered showers and storms to roll out of parts of the Dakotas as another little wave of energy slides on in. Back to today, though, we'll be watching for basically all modes of severe weather. So key time frame here is going to be this evening into the first parts of the overnight hours. Strong wind gusts, large hail, downpours, and then potential of a few tornadoes out there as well. So for northern Minnesota, I would say it should be a pretty quiet evening. There may be a few isolated thunder showers up north, but generally speaking, in terms of severe weather, down south is your best potential. For the Twin Cities, we're just north of that area in that slight risk, meaning that we're watching this area. There's still the potential, but really leaning toward most of those storms and strongest storms staying to our south. But still, can't rule it out for the Twin Cities to have some of those come near us before we finish out the day. We're up to 84 later on, so we'll continue to rise in the temperatures. Moisture will continue to rise as well. There's a level 3 risk of severe weather just south of the Twin Cities now. Tomorrow, 90, sunny, hot and humid, barely any wind. It's a great lake day for tomorrow. Just watch for things to break down at the end of the day on your Thursday. So we're going to go from 84 to 94 tomorrow. Late day showers and storms for the Twin Cities. This will maybe arrive by sundown or after dark into Friday morning. Morning rumbles are still out there. Rest of Friday pretty quiet and just warm and humid again. 4th of July, 86. The weather right now looks unsettled. just meaning that we'll have some scattered showers and storms on Saturday. Can't rule that out across the state. As we inch a little bit closer, hopefully we'll be able to narrow that down, how it's looking in terms of timing and placement of any thunderstorm activities on the 4th. For all the boat parades and fireworks and everything that's going on, we'll be watching that afterward. More of the same, sunshine 80s and overnight lows pretty warm. If you are camping without the AC, it's going to be pretty humid most days, day in, day out. It's feeling like a summer-like forecast here. But we'll keep an eye on the radar this afternoon as things progress here, Courtney, and just in case something does fire up down in southern Minnesota, we'll break in and let you know what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of cities are watching your forecast, Jared, because they've got some big fireworks shows going on, so they're counting on you.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, so hopefully things work out in the right direction, but you still got to say that some people are probably going to have that interrupted. Hopefully not, but it kind of looks that way right now.
And by the way, I love that air you can wear. Can you trademark that?
I can't take credit for that, but yeah, I mean, if you're out on Monday, it was definitely that way, right?
Definitely air you could wear on Monday. All right, Jared, thank you so much. All right, and like Jared said, tomorrow is going to be great boat weather, 90 degrees and sunny. So we have to talk boat safety. And as many of our viewers know, this is a topic that is very personal to me. About a decade ago, I lost my lower leg in a boat accident. And so safety is something I'm very passionate about. I'm super excited to have our next guest on. Alexa Score is a professional wake surfer. Alexa, you're also passionate about this topic, so thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So what's the biggest mistake you see recreational boaters make, especially on a weekend like this weekend where we have a lot of people out who maybe aren't normally out on the water, they're not regulars, maybe they're new to it. What do you see?
Not being prepared. You kind of just said it. If it's not something that you're doing every day or every week, not knowing the rules is going to be your worst enemy. Understanding not only all the safety rules for the state of Minnesota, but for the individual lake that you're visiting. Different lakes have different rules, but the biggest thing, we want all of our required safety equipment. So a life jacket for each passenger on board, a throwable cushion, a fire extinguisher, and a horn or a whistle. Those are the primary solid items you want on your boat.
Now, you're a professional wake surfer, which I'm sure means you're a great swimmer, but you still wear a life jacket when you surf. Why is it, even for experienced riders, why is it so important to wear that life jacket?
You know, it's just not worth it. Number one, you know, it's always worth wearing a life jacket. Number two, you're not the only person out there on the water. There are other boaters. So it's not just about being safe yourself, knowing what you're doing, but looking out for other boaters as well. You know, there are a lot of people out there with not that much boating experience, and they might be going out for the 4th of July. Maybe it's the only time they get out all summer. And as we all know, accidents happen, and when they do, we want to be prepared. So wearing a life jacket is super important to me.
Yeah, I think that's a really important topic. Is you can be the safest boater out there, but other boaters, you have to take them into consideration as well. So let's talk boat etiquette. If you're out on the water this weekend, what are some tips you have?
We just want to be courteous of everyone out there on the water. Everyone's looking to have a good time with family, with friends, and maybe everyone's a little bit distracted. So first and foremost, just be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of other boaters, of swimmers, of docks and shores. Stay at least 200 feet away from shorelines and at least 150 feet away from boaters. Again, those rules and regulations can vary from lake to lake, but that's important. And then if you are approaching another boat at a 90-degree angle, the boat on the right has the right of way. And that's just a really good rule of thumb to remember to help, you know, keep everything flowing properly and keep our etiquette.
Yeah, the boat on the right. Always remember that. There is a license now that you can get. I actually have a friend who recently did a course. You know, they taught her how to park the boat, all kinds of stuff. But you can get a license now, and there's a new law. Can you break down what that is? Like, who is required to get a license now?
Yeah, everyone at this time who's under the age of 21 needs to have the Minnesota Watercraft Operator's Permit. You can take that test online. Now, those rules will be changing as the program rolls out. I believe it's every 3 years, a different age group will have to get that water permit. If you're under the age of 12, you can only operate a watercraft under 75 horsepower. But if you're from the age of 12 to 21, you'll need to go online and get that operator's permit to be legal in the watercraft. And it's just great to know for any other boater out there. Boating is one of those things where you don't know unless someone tells you. So why not take the course and get all the information that you can and just be prepared out there on the water?
And that's a great point. You don't need to be under the age of 21 and required to do it. Anybody can do this course. It is, especially living in Minnesota, it's a good idea for people to do. I got to ask you, as a professional wake surfer, I mean, what's one safety habit that you just will never skip?
Always having enough life jackets, always having a throwable. Again, I've seen situations where you never think it's going to happen to you, but having that throwable can save a life, and just being aware. I am always aware of my surroundings. I am always aware of who's in the water, who's swimming, maybe not super visible, other boats that are in the same bay as me. Being aware is going to be your best friend, especially when you're on the boat. The music's going, you've got friends chatting, maybe you're towing someone doing a water sport. Being in the moment and being aware is the most critical thing.
Yeah, I mean, can you think of a specific moment when following safety practices prevented serious injury?
Certainly. There was a time last summer I was out, mid-morning on the bay here, and there was someone swimming, training for a triathlon. Luckily, he was wearing his buoy so I could see him, but I remember this moment going, had I not been just fully paying attention in front of me and had a spotter who was spotting the person I was towing, this guy's just swimming in the water across the bay. He wasn't on a shoreline. He was in the middle of the bay. So having not been fully present and fully aware, I don't even like to think about the circumstances.
Yeah, wow, that is a perfect example. And kudos to that swimmer for actually wearing a buoy. I know as a surfer, you probably have a flag that you put up when you have somebody in the water. So that's a good thing to know too. Always have a flag on your boat that you can put up when you've got somebody in the water. Wake surfing has become so popular. I live near a very popular lake. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is. You see them out there. What's your advice to people who are just starting out? Because there's probably going to be a lot of people this weekend who will try it for the first time.
This weekend might not be the best time to try wake surfing for the first time. If it's your only opportunity, I totally get it, but it is going to be hectic out there on the lakes. More boats than ever will be out this weekend, but knowing the rules and knowing courtesy, education and information is really, really important for wake surfing right now. Again, it's knowing what's right and what the proper etiquette is. If you don't know, you don't know. So keeping that super safe distance from shorelines, keeping a super safe distance from other boaters, not doing repetitive passes across the same piece of shoreline over and over, and then turning your music down. I know it's fun to have it blasting, but everyone else is also out there to have a good time. Sound carries over water, so keeping the music down is also good etiquette.
And it just gives the rest of us a bad reputation when you're out there acting like that. So for the rest of us who are practicing common courtesy, please don't give us a bad name. But how do you balance having fun? There are going to be a lot of extra water patrols out this weekend, especially on the big lakes like Prior Lake, Lake Minnetonka, Cross Lake. DNR officers are going to be everywhere looking for people boating under the influence. How do you balance having fun and staying safe?
Well, of course, not driving under the influence of alcohol is a huge one. It is a holiday weekend. There is, a lot of fun happening, but making sure you have a sober driver and then being prepared with those safety items. Those water patrol officers are going to come by. They're going to make sure you have a Coast Guard approved life jacket for everyone on board. They're going to make sure you have your throwable cushion, your fire extinguisher, and a horn. It's their job to make sure we're being safe, and it's your job to be prepared as a boat operator or a waterman. So being prepared, knowing the rules, and just being aware of all the safety things that we need to all take responsibility for. Like we just said, it's taking control of what we can control. And I think that's so important for all of us to enjoy the water together.
Let's talk about little kids on the boat. You know, I'm a mom of 2 little kids. They love to be out on the water. It's part of our lifestyle here. But, you know, we always stop and have a conversation with them like, okay, we're about to go on the water. Here's how it's going to go. This is how you have to act. What is your best advice for parents who are going to have kids on the water? You know, should they give them a talk beforehand and talk about, you know, everybody's role? How should they behave on the boat? Give me your best advice for dealing with little kids on the boat.
Certainly, explaining some of the rules before you go on the boat. Here are the rules, and if we all do this, we're going to have an awesome time. For young children, obviously wearing a life jacket at all times when a boat is moving is super, super important. And then staying seated when the boat is moving. Again, accidents happen. It's wavy out there. There are people moving around, but keeping those kids in a safe seated position and never riding on the bow. We see it all the time. Kids or even adults sitting on the bow of a pontoon or a boat. It's just not worth it. It is not the place to be. Make sure you are inside of the boat. And for kids under the age of 10, making sure they're in a Coast Guard approved life jacket.
Thank you so much for saying that. I think that's a really important point that people don't often realize. The bow of the boat is not safe when the boat is moving. Okay, actually, I'm hearing that the president is coming out. So, but we've covered all the topics here. Alexa, I so appreciate you for joining us and for spreading this important message about boat safety. Alexa Score, professional wake surfer and Minnesota native. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th. All right, and speaking of the 4th of July, the president is in North Dakota for this unveiling of the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in Medora. This is all part of America 250 celebration as this library is going to open on the 4th of July. I'm hearing he is coming out, so let's take that shot live as we expect to hear from the president today.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills.
All right, we are just waiting to hear from the president there in North Dakota. He is expected to get behind the podium and provide some remarks here. But again, he is there for the unveiling of this new library, this Theodore Roosevelt Library. The library is a 96,000 square foot, roughly $450 million facility built there in the North Dakota Badlands. And as I mentioned, as we toss to this, this visit is part of the nation's America 250 celebrations leading up to the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Trump will be touring the museum, or I believe he already did, before coming out here to speak to the people. And participating, he was expected to participate in a dedication ceremony. His itinerary there today included a train ride into Medora and ceremonial events highlighting Roosevelt's legacy. He is joined by Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, obviously the former governor there, and North Dakota Governor Kelly Armstrong. Let's take a listen as he begins to speak.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This is an honor. We love you, and you've been so nice to me with those votes. We set every record in the book. But today we come to the heartland of America to pay tribute to a man who embodied the heart and soul and fight and spirit of our country as much as anyone who ever lived. And he's a very special man, and that's why I'm here, President Theodore Roosevelt. And he loved your community, he loved your state, and he was quite something. He was really quite something. And here, beneath the wide open sky of the Badlands, they call it the Badlands. They said, what's that all about? It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool name, I have to tell you. On the steps of the burning hills, we dedicate a living monument to a legend, a statesman, a soldier, a frontiersman, and a true American hero. This is a very exciting thing for me, and number one, I have to tell you, because this was an inaugural flight of a certain airplane called Air Force One after 37 years. And it's a great plane, and we had a lot of fun with Doug and everybody coming over. But we talked about Theodore Roosevelt a lot, because he was something that was really very special. And number two, because I'm honoring Theodore Roosevelt, and that's the man who I have long admired. He's one of the few. I don't admire too many people, I have to tell you. There's not a lot of people out there. And number three, I'm back in North Dakota because I won this state with the most votes in the history of the presidency. Thank you. Thank you very much. And number four, I have two teleprompters that aren't working, and here I stand. But TR once observed that I would not have been president about himself had he not been, and had it not been for the experience in North Dakota. He had a great experience here. It really shaped him so much. So there could be no better place for this new national treasure than the Rough Rider state. I met some of the Rough Riders. They are Rough Riders. They're good riders, too. They were very impressive. Today, 107 years after he passed into eternity, Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library opens its doors, and the small town, but very great town, and today it's a very famous town because that's all they're talking about, of Medora opens its arms to the entire world. The entire world is watching. It's not a big town, but it's a very powerful town because of what was left behind. I want to thank the thousands of people who worked so hard to make this project a reality, and you really did. You made it a beautiful reality. Very few places will top it. And starting with the man who put the library in its first funding, think of it, he did so much. He raised so much money. He did so many different things. He really did. He had a very complete life when you think. He was a real man of many forms of genius, and without whom it would never have been possible, Secretary of the Interior. And I'll tell you what, I thought he was an oil man, and he wasn't. I saw him on a debate because this guy was actually going against me. Can you believe it? But I thought he was very impressive. I thought his wife, Catherine, was even more impressive, to be honest with you. And so impressive that I said, he's a good man. That guy's all right. But he's been fantastic. He's been a tremendous Secretary of the Interior and the best ever. There's never been a Secretary of the Interior like Doug Burgum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Never been. And, you know, Doug called me. He said, would you do me a favor? He's really fantastic, because I did not know the gentleman too well. But he said, Kelly Armstrong is fantastic. Would you endorse him for for governor, and I did, and he won easily. Kelly Armstrong, great job you're doing. Great job. And two of my very good friends, two warrior senators, tough cookies, tough. Oh, I wish they could get their way. We could get a couple of little things passed, like voter identification, like proof of citizenship. It's called Save America. You know, that's pretty good. Save America, can you imagine? We have 100% of the Democrats against it and 4 or 5 Republicans, if you can believe that. What are they all about? But these two people are with us all the way, John Hoeven and Kevin Cramer, senators. They're great. Two great guys. And a congresswoman who fights and gets what she wants, and she's very respected, Julie Fedorchak. Thank you, Julie. Very, very respected. And we have our ambassador, Monica. Where's Monica? Monica Crowley. Fantastic. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao. And we're building a lot of ships. North Dakota House Speaker, Robin Wise. Thank you. Thank you. Doing a great job. State House Majority Leader, Mike LaFleur. Mike. Thank you, Mike. State Senate Majority Leader, David Hogue. Thank you, David. And all of the members of the North Dakota legislature, I hear every single one. I'm not going to introduce you. You have no chance of that. I'll be here all day, but you're all here. We love you, and you've been with us from day one. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the CEO, who's done a fantastic job, he took me around. I thought it would be maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 2 hours. Thank goodness I love the subject, or I would not have put up with it. Doug said you could come in. You know, I'm prosecuting a war, which we're winning very easily, by the way. But I said, Doug, let's fly in. We'll do 10, 15 minutes. I know I'm going to love it. And then I'll get out. Oh, absolutely, sir. So then time comes. He got me making speeches. I was over there 2 hours. I know more about that museum than the people that built it. But that's okay, because they did a very good job. I can report that they did a really good job. The CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, who really did give me a tremendous amount of knowledge, I mean, about things that I never would have thought could have been possible, about how great this man was, Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thank you very much. And two of my sons are here, Eric and Don. And Bettina, thank you very much. Don just got married. Bettina, thank you. It's going to be great. Thank you very much. But the members of the Roosevelt family and countless foundation staff, donors, and supporters, everyone's here. And I understand that one local construction worker delayed his retirement by 4 years just to be involved with the building, and they heard I was going to come. I was coming even when I wasn't president. I had agreed to come, and they said, well, when we do it, you're going to be president. So that was during that ridiculous time, that ridiculous 4-year period of time. They asked me to come. I said, I'd love to come. And I said, I may or I may not be president. They said, we don't care. We want you to be there. And I always remember that. But they said, you're going to win. You know that. If you run, you're going to win. It turned out we did quite easily, actually. And today I can tell you that we can see why it was worth it. It's really amazing. They've done an amazing job, beautiful job. And, you know, they've done it from love. Jobs that are done from love are always better than jobs where you sort of have to follow a plan. They made lots of changes, and every one of them was good, and I think I know about every one of them. After 2.5 hours, I learned every single one of them. But I want to really thank everyone who greeted me at the train station because that was so famous. That was such a famous train. The last one was President Dwight Eisenhower, and he was actually a very good president. People don't realize he was a general, good general, and he built the interstate highway system. I'd say that alone is pretty good. He was a good, and he was the last one. He was on the back of the exact same train. So the head of the railroad, he was fabulous, and they were explaining all about the train, and they said, wow, that's really some history in the crowd. We had thousands of people over there. It was fantastic. But I have the picture of President Eisenhower in the back of the train, the same exact train. I checked it out because I said, we don't want to make any mistakes because the fake news is watching, and they'll say it wasn't. It wasn't the same train. It wasn't the same train. No, they've been pretty nice to me lately. Look, when you do as well as we're doing, they have to be nice, I guess. They've been pretty nice. And I want to give a very special thanks to the Patriots who gave us such an incredible escort from town. We had more law enforcement. I love law enforcement. Now, according to the people that are running on the other side, in many places, they want to defund the police. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We see them all the time. They said they're social democrats. Doesn't it sound pretty? They're actually communists, but we'll get into that a little bit later. They're not going to win. They're not going to win anything. They got some very unattractive candidates, I have to say. During my first term, it was a privilege to sign the bill that helped get this incredible project underway and transferring 90 acres. We took it right out of the federal government. We ripped it away from the federal government. They don't know it's missing. They still haven't figured out what the hell happened. And today, the artistry and scholarship, technical skill on display right here and in that museum in particular is just fantastic. It's really great. Things that they actually gave me. We're going to build our museum in Miami. They got me a lot of ideas, Doug. You gave me a lot of ideas, Doug. But they really did it well. Incredible. I even had a conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. I said, what did you think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider that your greatest achievement? How do you feel about the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? He built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was he was the tariff king, William McKinley. He was the president, and they took his name off Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But McKinley and he was assassinated, but he made tremendous amounts of money, made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt, as the vice president, got in, and he did some incredible things. But one of them, I think one of the most amazing, maybe a lot of people would say the parks. You could say a lot of different elements of his success, so incredible. But he built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive project to this date, if you bring the dollars forward, ever built in history. 38,000 people died. They died 95% from mosquitoes, malaria, 95%. You expected almost to die. They paid workers from the United States. Mostly they came in, and mostly, I must say, men. It was a little different time. Today would have men and women, but they had all men. And they paid them massive amounts of money, more than they were making as workers in the United States. It's such a fascinating thing, the Panama Canal. I've studied it long and hard, and when they gave it away, $1. But they died from the mosquito, and they died from the snake. They have a viper, a snake, that if you get bit, you're in trouble. If you get bit, you were dead. You were dead, and that wiped out about 5%. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, our people. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal. It opened from day one. It was very successful, and we gave it away. We gave it away. It was the most expensive thing we ever built, and it was also the most profitable thing we ever built. That's a nice combination. A little bit like Venezuela. We did a good job in Venezuela. And we're actually doing equally as well with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Maybe you've heard of it. But think of it, the Panama Canal, so we gave it away. The first thing they did, you know what they did? They raised the prices for the ships by 4 times, and they didn't lose one ship. And then they raised it again twice, and they didn't lose one ship. All they did is make tremendous amounts of money for years and years. How stupid was that? And now China is trying to take over the Panama Canal, and we're not going to let that happen, okay? And that was not part of the script, because I don't really have a script, because this thing doesn't work. It's appropriate. The one on my right is slightly better than the one on my left. The one on my left is a waste of time. It's a little like politics. The one on my right is a little bit. It's not great. I'd give it about a 2 on the scale of 10. And this afternoon, I'm pleased to announce that through the National Endowment for the Humanities, we will be awarding the library $750,000 to support the opening exhibits during the first year. So they're getting a nice check. Getting a nice check. And as you know, this week, Americans all across our nation are filled with joy and excitement and anticipation as we prepare for one of the proudest moments in our history. 250 years, think about that. 3 days from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What a document that was. And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took so much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107. But you know what? They also predicted the fight that we had 3 weeks ago was unbelievable at the White House. They said a week before, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. They said it was going to rain. It's going to be horrible. You're going to have to cancel the fight. Sure, we're going to have to cancel. This was a big event. This was one of the highest rated fights in history. It was on CBS National on a Sunday night, not a Saturday night. Saturday nights are called Death Valley for television. I know a lot about ratings. But Sunday night's very good, and it was broadcast on CBS, a network, and it got among the highest ratings any fight has ever gotten. But they said it was going to rain, and I talked to Dana White. I said, Dana, I don't know, this is bad. Sir, 100% chance of rain. I said, you sure, like maybe 90? No, 100%, sir. So it was 7 o'clock, and it wasn't raining. Then it started at 8 o'clock, and we were going to delay it till 12 o'clock midnight. I said, that's not good. But it wasn't raining at 8 o'clock. And it wasn't raining at 8:30. And we had the fight on time. And it never rained. Never rained. So you never know about weather forecasting, do you? With all the money we spend all that money. That's happened before. We had a big march in Washington. You remember that? That was going to be rained out, sir. We're going to have to change it. Rained out, never rained. So we're getting pretty good at that. But this is a time to rediscover the indomitable spirit that built our country and all that will ensure America always remains the most exceptional nation on the face of the earth. We're not going to let communists get in our way. We're not going to let anyone get in our way. Not the communists. It's a very unattractive lot. They're not going to do it. They're not doing anything. Those people, what they're doing, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. There could be no better place to begin this rediscovery than with the life and times and passions of Theodore Roosevelt. He had great passion. The Colonel, they called him, was an American man. He was really a great he-man. He was an American man through and through. His chest swelled with American optimism, confidence, enthusiasm, pride. his heart beat with an unyielding sense of America's destiny and pride, and that pride was bigger. The biggest word for him, I think, was pride. He was a proud man. But I'm a proud man. I'm proud of our country. I'm proud that 2 years ago we had a country that was a laughingstock all over the world, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, the most respected country anywhere in the world. But as a young boy, I saw that he loved Lincoln, and Lincoln's casket would pass through a nation torn apart by civil war. I don't know if you know that. I think Teddy Roosevelt, is probably his biggest. I was trying to get that today, and I think it came pretty loud and clear. Abraham Lincoln was the person that he most respected, most admired, most looked up to. He has a beautiful picture of Lincoln that he had in his one of his rooms, one of his very important rooms where he lived, and it's at the library. By the end of the 60 years, TR had transformed his country by the reach of his vision. He had a great vision, and by the force of his will, into one of the greatest places, one of the greatest empires, one of the most incredible countries, ready to take its rightful place as the strongest and most respected nation anywhere in the world. They didn't have people that they had no idea where they were. They didn't have people that couldn't walk up the steps. See those steps? They didn't have people that had no idea where the hell they were. They didn't have people that said, let's have open borders so millions and millions of people can pour into our country from prisons all over the world. They didn't have those people. They had strong, smart people like Teddy Roosevelt. Today, America is stronger and more respected. Right now, I'll tell you, the king of Saudi Arabia, I was with him a year ago, smart guy, good guy. He said to me, sir, it's amazing. And this was as we were just started to really, and we've made a lot of progress since then. You see the numbers, factories being built all over the country at a level that we've never had before. But he said, 1 year ago, during the Biden, Sleepy Joe, during the Biden administration, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. We gave up on your country. They were looking at China. They were looking at others to protect them. They were looking at other countries. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that, and it's true. Now it's even more so than it was then. Hottest country anywhere in the world. So Theodore Roosevelt and his presidency fell exactly at the halfway mark between the founding in 1776 and the place we are today in 2026. And here are 5 lessons, and I wanted to write these because you can learn from some people, not from too many. From a lot of them, you don't want to learn much. But you can learn from him, and here are 5 lessons that are really extraordinary. Life offers to all Americans on the threshold of our 250th year. First of all, the life of Theodore Roosevelt reminds us that Americans never give up. We don't give up. If you really look back 2 years ago, I could see people wanting to give up. I could see them wanting to give up. He never stopped, never quit, never surrendered in pursuit of his dreams. He had a dream, a very complex dream he did because of the way he traveled, the way he moved, the fact that he ended up here and turned out to be one of the most impactful things he ever did, ending up right here where we are. But his pursuit of the American dream never, ever stopped. It was really amazing. He was plagued by asthma, very, very bad, very serious. He was having a hard time breathing for much of his life. But he went out and he was told by his doctor that he'd have to live very quietly. This is as a young man, he was told you'd have to be and have a very quiet life. You have to be nice and easy. And he did just the opposite. He had a freaking wild life, right? He was wild. He just didn't want to take that. He didn't want to listen to his doctor. He didn't want to be quiet. He wanted to be great. He actually wanted to be great, and that's what he turned out to be. Young Theodore replied, "Doctor, I'm going to do all the things that you tell me not to do, and I've got to live the sort of life that you've described. I don't care how short it is. I just want to live my life the way I want to live my life." It was great. I mean, who would say that? The next year, he sailed the Atlantic, and he summited the Matterhorn just to prove that he could do these things, just to prove his doctor wrong. He knew his doctor. He wanted to prove him wrong. Maybe it wasn't smart, but it worked out okay. But again and again, he summoned the will to transcend tragedy and triumph and defeat heartbreak with hard work. He worked hard, and I found that out. I mean, if you love what you do, it's not work. That's one thing I will tell you. People say I work hard, but it's not work, because if you love it, I love making America great again. I mean, I'm having a good time. So it's not work. We call it work, but it's not. In his library, we find his diary open to the page from 1884, when his mother and his wife died on the very same day in the very same house. Totally unrelated. Just a tragic moment, but unrelated. There wasn't an accident where both of them were killed. They just died. Then he came back home and he said, "What happened? They're both dead." Different parts of the house, had nothing to do. It's just an amazing. Wife was very young. Mother was older, but she was getting by. "The light has gone out from my life," he wrote. But Theodore Roosevelt did not surrender to fate. He came here to Medora and made himself fate's master. I said, I want to be fate's master. He wanted to turn the tables, and he really showed that that's what Americans can do. That's what people can do, beyond Americans. That's what people can do if they really believe and they set their mind to it, and if they're competent. I mean, you have to be competent. You have to be smart. It's nice to say anybody can do it. Not anybody can do it. They'd like to say, oh, anybody can do it. No. But he was a special person. He arrived at this town narrow-chested, 140 pounds. He looked pretty bad to the people here, because they're pretty tough people around here. Never changed. He was sick. He was shattered from the death of these two people that he loved the most. And his body and his spirit were pretty much broken. Not broken enough, but pretty much broken. If they were broken all the way, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did. He left here 2 years later. He weighed 40 pounds more, and he was strong as an ox. They say it was 40 pounds of muscle. I don't know how the hell that happened. They didn't have modern-day drugs. Of course, the modern-day drugs don't do that either, do they? In fact, they actually take away the muscle. That's not good. How are we doing, doctor? Well, you lost a lot of muscle. That's not good. But we didn't have any of that. He was 40 pounds of steel, the vital man of vigor, who would become president of the United States not that long after he left. Wow, that's amazing. I know what it takes to do that. It's tough. As a sheriff's deputy, he heard 3 thieves had stolen the only boat in town, so he built another, and over 3 days chased the criminals 300 miles. He wanted, oh, those poor criminals. We need a little bit more of that in our country, but we do pretty good. We have the best border we've ever had. We do pretty good. Think of it, we have the best border, strongest border. We went from the worst border in history in 3 months to the best border in history, so we do okay. But he was a man who could get crushed beneath a horse. He was crushed. Get up, and he kept riding. People said, you got to get back. We got to get you to, no, I'm going to keep riding. He could take a bullet to the chest, stand up, and keep speaking. He had a little luck. He had a lot of paper there. I saw it today, a bullet hole right through both of them. But so got lucky, but other people wouldn't have done what he did. He could feel sick, and he was often feeling sick. Deep in the Amazon jungles, he would get extremely sick. Maybe he shouldn't have been there. He knew what was happening. It was a very dangerous place from that standpoint, from the standpoint of catching some pretty bad diseases, and he caught them. And yet he carried on when he was half dead, and most people think he was going to die. They thought he was going to die. They said, Teddy Roosevelt is going to die, but he carried on, and he was still standing. He never sat. He never rested. He just kept going. As America turns 250 years old, we look at this remarkable man, and we recall that with effort, determination, and drive, there is nothing that Americans of competence cannot do. Nothing. Our ancestors were the people who raised up New York City from the marshes of Manhattan and then ventured into the Dakotas to carve up a life in the place that they called hell with the fires burned out. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Hell with the fires burned out. That doesn't sound so nice. But you did, and you've become a tremendously wealthy state, a very successful state with low taxes. I mean, you have great government. You have great government, these people right over here and the people I introduced, but other places have good land. They have valuable assets under the land, and they're losing. You know, California was our third biggest oil drilling state, Doug, not so long ago. It's got tremendous amounts of oil. Nobody knows that. It was third after Texas. Years ago, it was a big oil drilling. Now they won't drill because the environmental lunatics have said don't do it, and it's not a state that's doing very well. In fact, it's doing extremely poorly. One of the most beautiful states in the world, best weather, best everything. From winning our independence to laying the railroads, taming the West, and planting our flag on the moon, nothing great that America has ever done has come without staggering effort, and it has never come easy. It's been really an unflagging persistence that drove us into greatness. We had the persistence of great people, great men, great women. They were persistent. They never gave up. This country was built on the conviction that just because something is hard to do, that only means that Americans try even harder, and they succeed almost all the time. Because whatever the obstacle, whatever the challenge, it's no match for American grit. And you have it probably as much or more than any other place there is. You have American grit. And second, Theodore Roosevelt reminds us all that to be a great nation and to be a free nation, we must have courage. Without courage, you have nothing. As TR once put it, freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards. How about that? Doesn't last long in the hands of cowards. What a great statement. I want to use that. I shouldn't have said it. I would have used that statement, and I wouldn't have attributed it to TR. And they would have said, oh, what a great statement that is. Trump made a brilliant speech. What do you think, John? Would I get away with that? Kevin? I don't know. Maybe not. But that's a great statement. That's a beautiful thing to say. But in the West, he tracked a 1,200-pound grizzly. My two boys know all about that. I say, are grizzlies dangerous? Is a grizzly bear dangerous? I looked at Eric and Don. They know more about that stuff than any human being, I tell you. They said, they're real dangerous, Dad. I said, are they violent bears? They said, they're really violent, right, fellas? You said they are violent, but that doesn't scare them. Just be scared, okay, and get the hell out of there. But we want to keep you around. But when it roared, a big one, and it wanted to strike him, and it was going rapidly there, very fast. I just learned that on a beautiful airplane coming over here. He shot it squarely between the eyes, and it fell, touching him but not able to destroy him. When he heard a man here threatened to kill him right here. One of your tough people. Is he around by any chance? Would you please stand up? He rode to his house. He rode to the man's house. Knocked on his door. The man threatened to kill him. He said, I'm going to kill Roosevelt. And he declared that I've come over to see what you want to begin with. And how do you want to begin the killing? He said, how do you want to begin? I'm right here in front of you. How do you want to begin the killing? That's a little different kind of a guy. By a coincidence of history, it was exactly 128 years ago today that Colonel Roosevelt gave our nation one of the greatest examples of American courage the age-old chronicles of military valor have ever seen. After commandeering a ship to Cuba for the volunteer regiment, he personally raised and trained his incredible Rough Riders. The Rough Riders, I saw the Rough Riders. What the hell are the Rough Riders? Look at these guys. I wish I looked like that. If I looked like them, I would have been president 20 years ago. You guys are great. Thank you. They could really ride those horses. They let us in. They were going faster than the car. I said to my guys, is there any danger in the way they're riding? Yeah, there's danger, sir, but they're great riders. You guys are fantastic. Thank you. But he led the Rough Riders in their heroic charge up San Juan Heights. And with malaria coursing all throughout his veins, he was really sick. Colonel Roosevelt galloped into a hail of Spanish bullets, and when his horse came to a wire fence, he leapt off the horse. He jumped off the horse, and he started running toward the enemy. I don't know if that was smart, but he made it. Then he looked over at the next hill, and he grabbed his men. He said, fellas, let's do it again. And he did it again and again. The Rough Riders' victory at San Juan Heights led directly to the collapse of the Spanish line. Ah, the Spanish. They're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh? They are not behaving nicely. But they will learn. Soon after, they relinquished their grip on Cuba and Guam, the Philippines and Puerto Rico, and they were all ours. We got them all. And speaking of Cuba, after many, many decades, it's coming our way. Coming our way. But for his actions that day, TR was celebrated as a hero and eventually awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's a big deal. And I'm thrilled to announce that just moments ago, 128 years after the Battle of San Juan Heights, it was my really great privilege to deliver his library and a very special little gift. In fact, I gave it to Doug and the president, a man who did such a good job in helping to build it. Doug raised a lot of money, got a president to be out here all day instead of 15 minutes. And I gave that medal. I took it off. We have a beautiful room, the Roosevelt room, this Roosevelt, by the way. And I took it off the wall, brought it over, and we just presented it. It's going to be in your library now for a long, long time. And it'll be displayed alongside the Medal of Honor earned by his brave son. His son was brave. It's genetics, you know. It's like the racehorse theory, right? Fast horses. Theodore Roosevelt Jr. on D-Day, he also received that incredible acknowledgement, except for Arthur and Douglas MacArthur. Arthur was his son, Douglas MacArthur, great general. They're the only father and son pair to receive our nation's highest military award for courage above and beyond the call of duty. Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the Congressional Medal of Honor for something. for their genius at hunting, and I'll get one for taking on Russia or something. And we'll have a third pair. No, I'm only kidding. But I have seriously thought about, now this is dangerous to say because the fake news is up there all over the place. And when I joke, I learned early on, don't be sarcastic in politics. But I actually said a few times that I've seriously thought of giving myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, everyone knows I'm doing it with a chuckle, but then they report, he wants to give himself the Congressional. So I don't say that anymore. It's very dangerous to say. But it is the highest award, and they had a father-son get it, and that's a tremendous tribute to a genetic pool. As we enter the 250th year, Americans must never forget we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose. And in this world, we are a very special group. American courage won our independence. It liberated millions and millions from slavery, rescued billions from tyranny, and sustained American liberty for 2.5 centuries. And we're not going to lose it to this group of losers. Oh, can you imagine? Have you seen these people? Have you seen these people? The press is just building them up. They're losers, okay? They're nasty people, but they're losers. We'll teach them. We're going to teach them. They're not going to hurt our country. Without courage, there is no America today. If you don't have courage, we wouldn't have America today. We wouldn't be close. Third, Theodore Roosevelt believed in the America that really works and worked. He refused to accept failure, mediocrity, corruption, decay, or decline. And neither should we. That's why we can't take this nonsense that's going on right now. We're not going to take it. The first public cause he ever supported was a bill to fix the streets in New York City. He was very New York City and New York centric. You know that. That's where he came from. He was a pretty rich family. As the civil service commissioner, he fought tooth and nail to return federal hiring to a principle called merit. Merit, isn't that nice to hear? And by the way, do you know, a little while ago, not in yesterday's decisions, where we actually had a good day except for birthright citizenship, which will work out some way, but we had something called, do you know what we're talking about? We had something that gives back tremendous power to the President of the United States. And we won that, I think, 6-3. And it was taken away from another Roosevelt. It was taken away from FDR in 1932. It was taken away. And for almost 100 years, that's been up for grabs. Slaughter, it was called, the Slaughter case. And a lot of people didn't think it would ever be won. And we won it 2 days ago in the Supreme Court. It gives power back to the president at a time where the president really needs power. It's a great decision. It was the most important, and we won some others too. It was the most important decision of all of them, I think. But we'll take care of the birthright citizenship because that was not meant for rich people from other countries. That was meant for, actually, it was meant for the babies of slaves. If you look at it, it was a month after the Civil War ended that it went through. That's because it was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for rich people from China. They came over in Gulf Streams. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So I believe, no, I know they got it wrong, but that's okay because they gave us something that nobody thought. But they also gave us something in one of the sessions a year ago. It was called merit. Our country now is based again on merit. So if you're a student with very average marks and you looked a certain way or you acted a certain way or whatever, and you get into the finest school in the world, and then you're somebody else that looked a certain way or acted a certain way, and you have all A pluses, and you have all great marks and board numbers that are through the roof, way above other people, but you don't get in, they get in. It's all over with. It's based now on merit. I don't even know if people know. The fake news didn't want to cover it. To me, that's one of the greatest decisions. And that took courage of the Supreme Court, because our country became great because of merit. We became great because of merit. And when you look at those soldiers that we have standing there at Washington, D.C., where we ended up, so we had one of the most unsafe cities, places, our capital, anywhere in the country. And now we have one of the absolute safest. You can walk anywhere in Washington, and we fixed up the monuments, and Doug was fantastic. We had 78 monuments, fountains, statues. We have the reflecting pond, which we did the best job of all, and they came in with box cutters and they cut it up, but it's working fine. We're going to let a little water out. We're going to redo it a little bit. But we fixed it up after 100, and think of it, it was 1922 that it came about, and from the day it was built, it leaked. From the day it was built, it didn't work. But when it did, when they had water, it was beautiful. It reflected Washington, the Washington Monument. It reflected Lincoln and Washington. Think of it. How beautiful. How beautiful. And these people went in and cut it up, and they got caught. We'll see what happens with them, but they got caught. But they put a big gash, 350 feet long. Think of that, 350-foot gash along the side of this very expensive material. But it will have it all. It's already good. We want to have it done for July 4th, and it was done for July 4th. And it's operating right now, but we'll let a little water out. We'll fix it up very quickly, Doug, and it'll be just as good. But we have, for the first time ever, what they don't say, we spent a very small amount of money, too. What they don't say is Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama spent tens of millions of dollars trying to fix it, and it was a disaster. Sleepy Joe Biden spent millions of dollars trying to fix it, and he was unable to do it. But we did it, and it works beautifully. It's a beautiful, we got rid of the algae, which they put in. They put in algae. Who the hell put in algae? They had a couple of people with signs, protect the algae. Can you believe this? This world has gone crazy. But today, I'm proud to say that after 4 years of decline, America is once again a nation that has strong borders, is respected by everyone, all countries all over the world. They respect your president, and they respect you. When they respect your president, they respect you. And we solve problems, and we take things on, just like Theodore Roosevelt took things on. He took them on directly, right at them. He stared in their face. But our laws will be enforced. Our laws will be protected. And our law enforcement is respected again. You know, one of the things that I'm most proud of, when I was running in the campaign and even before I announced, you could not get people to join the military. We had the worst years we've ever had under Sleepy Joe Biden. He had no idea what the hell he was doing. And people were ashamed of our country. And you couldn't get them to join. And then we had a beautiful day, November 5th, and we won by a lot. We won by just a lot. It was incredible. We beat a woman named Kamala. We beat a brilliant young woman named Kamala who had no clue. She was the border czar. She never went to the border. She never called the Border Patrol. I said, fellas, you ever get a call from Kamala? She's the border czar. No, sir, she never called. I used to call them every other day. How we doing on the border? 2 months, and we had a border that was perfect. 2 months. But Kamala never called, and she never went. So for 4 years, she was the border czar. She never went to the border. It doesn't typically play out very well. And we had the worst border in the world. But these are the people that were running our government, that we were a laughing stock all over the world. Not anymore. They don't laugh at us anymore. A government that was honest and accountable was the number one demand of the Declaration of Independence. They want honesty. They want respect. And on this anniversary,